It's noon, dude. Where's the job? Imagine working. Holy shit.
What up?
Not much.
I like that thumbnail.
Yeah, I thought it was a good one. Hello, Gumguru.
Hello. Your boys ready to watch Jacob play the best Souls game before Elden Ring came out?
Boy, nobody's gonna agree with that take, Tim. I gotta tell you, that's a Tim original.
It is. I don't care. I'll stand by it.
By the way, people that are in the chat, what are the audio levels looking like here?
Hi, Jacob.
Hello, Emma. Why are you in here? Aren't you dead?
No, we're good. I'm better. I was asleep.
Boy, I can't hear a goddamn thing you're saying.
Really?
Yeah.
I wonder why that is. Hold on.
There is literally no way that I'm a bit quiet. I refuse to believe it. How am I now?
What about now? Is that better?
Yeah, it's better. What were you on, like, speakerphone or something?
No, I wasn't on speakerphone for some reason. It wanted me to like put the phone up to my ear.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's annoying.
It is.
Hello? Oh my god, how do I pronounce that? Exponenti? Hello.
So I haven't brushed my hair in like 3 days.
Welcome to my everyday existence. G-Suave, I'm about to start a new game, so if you're in the middle of playing this one, you're probably not going to get spoiled unless you also just started.
Or unless you want to play it soon and keep putting it off, in which case, it's kind of on you.
Emma, if I get sick, I'm going to beat your ass, by the way.
Dude, I don't know what the fuck that was. It came on so suddenly, and then it was like, it's fine. I woke up this morning and I'm still feeling a little bit shitty, but like I'm mostly fine.
It was probably either food poisoning or the flu. Those are the only two things that do that.
Yeah, but I don't think it was food poisoning because of the temperature and the headaches and body aches.
Yeah, it was probably a flu. Whenever I get it, it also only lasts like a day for me.
Well, it sucked and I want to die.
Yeah, I imagine it probably wasn't very fun.
Apparently we're getting a Neo 2, or it's out already.
We've had a Neo 2 for a very long time. That is old news.
I am only just now seeing it's out on Steam.
just now seeing this. All right.
Yeah, I'm hearing about this for the first time.
What is the song that's fucking playing in the background during the
I don't know.
God damn it, what? That makes it so much funnier. Is this not reading my controller? Because I swear to God. Okay, there we go.
Neo, actually, I'm just looking at some of the gameplay. Honestly, this looks really good. I should try this.
A lot of people are of the opinion that Neo is like Stealth, the greatest Souls game, and it's extremely underrated. Oh, I gotta hold A to select. Fine, whatever.
I wonder.
By the way,
I wonder how
I finally enabled VODs. By the way, we're doing VODs now.
Oh, hey, yay! Now I can put my hot takes out for the internet to hear forever. Now I can finally say it. I still think Fallen Order is the best Souls game, even now that Elden Ring is out.
Dude, there's gonna be some like Lee Harvey Oswald Bloodborne fan that's gonna fucking assassinate you for saying that.
You know what?
That was the game audio, by the way, because adjusting it in this opening cutscene is going to be significantly easier than adjusting it later.
Adjusting it with the Who playing in the background.
Yeah. Well, first of all, let's see if are we gonna run this good? Are we fine? Right. I'm gonna have to set up the new PC for streaming too.
Yeah.
Is that the one you bought for Curtis?
Yeah. It's pretty loud. That can't be right.
I like how you keep asking for people to tell you about the audio, and then every time they tell you about the audio, your immediate reaction is no.
It's so fucking hard to tell because people are literally fucking insane, unhinged lunatics when it comes to audio, so it's so hard to know who to trust.
An error has been detected on line 10A.
Imagine how wasteful it is to scrap these fully functional warships just to build almost identical ones. Yeah,
That's not an easy maneuver.
the Empire, like, immediately scrapping the Venator to replace it with the Imperial type is, like, crazy.
It's an optical victory.
Okay.
It is. Yeah, but it's a propaganda move. Yeah, absolutely.
This way.
I'm right behind you.
Okay, how are things now? I've turned myself up and the game down. Oh my god, that motion blur is fucking atrocious. Okay, first of all,
turn it off. Go to your settings.
Yeah, I'm going to. Yep. I am gonna turn down the post processing a little bit. And then
The game is louder than you, Jacob, and only you. Someone else says Jacob is definitely really quiet, but maybe it's just his voice.
I've got the microphone right next to my face and I'm talking at a normal volume, so if I'm still quiet, I need to turn myself up more, but that would be weird because I'm at the same audio level that I'm always am at. Okay, motion blur, fuck you. Film grain, eat shit. Camera shake. Nah. Oh my god, look at how much better that looks. Wait, hang on. Did I not say yes? Listen up. Listen, you motherfucker. Okay, well, it looks a little bit better.
So now that summer's coming up,
Yeah.
I have to do it. Shave my legs again, and I can't be a Sasquatch anymore.
You don't have to shave your legs.
No one's making you shave your legs.
Yeah. Okay, let's get... Where was I at? No, we want to be in here. Let's turn this all down one level here. Just to make sure we're getting flawless stream performance.
Unfunny Lad says instead of Lee Oswald, send the Demon of Hinterkaifeck to do the deed.
Nobody commands the Demon of Hinterkaifeck, first of all.
I have the opinion that this is the best Souls game, even better than Elden Ring, and some guy just like comes out of my wall.
Yeah. Have I beat this game? No, but I've played through a sizable portion of it.
Don't worry about it.
Have I beat Elden Ring yet? No, I'm in the end game right now.
I don't think these tools are gonna make it through.
Up here.
And you're right, G Suave. It's a propaganda move, but it's a shitty move. Fortunately, in the solace of the deep lore, some vendors did survive the scrapping process and got turned into mobile, like training academies for the Empire's like torrent of fucking TIE fighter pilots.
Aegis.
Breaking her will be big money.
So some vendors did get used for some other shit.
Let's go.
Also, I can tell you right now, if I ever run a game of Star Wars, there will be a Pirate King character, and he will be running his whole operation out of a fucking Venator. Deadass.
Okay. Do I have a sprint button? I don't remember.
There's a sprint
I've got
button.
this
Yeah.
little scoot. I can scoot.
There is a sprint button, yeah.
Is it one of my sticks here?
Well, for me, it's shift.
Yeah, because you're a maniac.
Look out! Hands up! What the hell?
I found a website that is like OnlyFans, but it's specifically for feet.
Yeah, that's not surprising at all.
Hey, you have the plan.
Yeah, you.
Planning your retirement, I see.
Because I was a little hesitant, about doing OnlyFans, especially since I'm pissed that they told me that my identification card is not me.
Dude,
Like,
I'm telling you,
it said-
it's probably just like approved by an AI. I don't know why you're so weird about this. Just submit it again. Like this is not like some slight against you. It was probably a fucking robot that like thought that your face looked different.
Yeah, but okay, but listen to this. That was back when I still had my original hair color and only one piercing. My hair was just cut short.
Yeah.
Now it's gonna, like, what are the chances it's gonna do the same thing now that I have orange hair,
Emma.
1,000 face piercings?
Emma, who gives a
Yeah.
fuck if it does it again? Just no one's gonna kill you. Send it in
Yeah,
again.
that's what I'm saying.
No.
You're so mad about this for no reason.
No one might, well, okay, that's a lie, because I might kill me.
No, probably not.
I'll have an
I bet.
identity crisis and be like, well, maybe this really isn't me.
Oh my god. I'm good, Antras. Thank you for asking. Work is picking up because it's springtime.
It's like fucking Ex Machina. You're like checking under your skin for wiring. I'm not even real.
Yeah, you guys are going to be seeing a lot more Jacob, but you won't be seeing as much of me because with spring turning into summer, my my work shifts are about
This
to turn
feels
really long.
Weird. Okay, I forgot that the fucking like.
You can turn it. You can turn an auto clamber on if you want.
Yeah,
where you automatically
I forgot
grab
that
onto
the fucking
those.
climbing in this game was weird.
You have to like hit up. You have to like hit a button to grab it or some shit. It's dumb, and you
Yeah.
can turn that off.
Auto grip climbable walls on. Subtitles. We'll turn that on because I'm not gonna hear shit. Okay, so
Someone said, why do they-
How does this work?
Yeah, why don't they make motion blur off automatically? If it were me and I were making a game, the first time you boot up a game, it would have some of the lowest visual settings on by default, just so that if someone has a PC that can barely run it, they don't have to go through the nightmare of navigating a menu at like 3 frames per second.
Dude, most I don't understand how motion blur became popular. It looks like shit. I don't know who likes it. Like the
Yeah, it
only
looks like
people
shit
that,
all
the
the
only
time.
people that like it are the people that don't know that they can turn it off. Like it's never ever has there been a game in the history of gaming that's had motion blur that looked good. It's never happened once.
Good to see you.
Jojo Revelar, I drive a concrete mixer truck, so I pour concrete for a living.
Hilarious that nobody put together that this guy is a Jedi, by the way.
Yeah,
Do
doing...
you guys think the guy doing like parkour over the 40-foot gaps has a little bit too much confidence? Does it seem like maybe he was like trained
like
in a
scrap
temple
rats.
of some sort?
Creepy.
Do you think maybe...
Passing through, guys.
Like this kid's real lucky like all the time. Do you think maybe it's got something to
Yeah.
do with how Force, like maybe he's good with the Force?
It seems like he just keeps getting away with it, almost like he can feel a couple seconds into the future or something.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm getting wild frame dips.
I don't think the workers care enough. If you are stuck on a planet like Bakara, then you probably don't care enough. Oh no, I don't think Bakara's name
Also,
is
I just realized most of these people are aliens. Maybe they think humans can just do this like squirrels. You know, like maybe they don't know this is weird.
Isn't motion blur related to mostly 30 FPS games on consoles? Doesn't make it look less bad or something? I don't know. It's a good
That's
question.
a good
I never
question.
thought of that.
That's possible. Whoever said, Entra said it's to make it look cinematic. That's probably the real answer. That's an idiot opinion,
How'd
though.
you get here?
How'd you get here?
Like, it's an idiot opinion if you think it makes it look cinematic.
Yeah, it definitely does not. All you have to do to make a game cinematic is like do camera angles. That's it. You don't have to get stupid. I think the only time I'm getting frame dips is spots like this where there's like a big set piece that pops in.
Well, because all the stuff in this game is actually physical objects. The game doesn't... Like, I will... As much as I adore Jedi Fallen Order, it's not actually super well optimized.
Well, it's an EA game, so I wouldn't expect it to be very well optimized.
Well, but it was made by the same guys who made Titanfall.
Right.
Like, they know how to make a tight game.
What'd you say, Emma?
Those are my initials. EA.
Yeah.
Are you mocking me?
No.
Yep.
I'm not. could though. I could easily start.
I would not appreciate it.
Dude, David Cage is such a weird type of guy.
I mean, these guys are working on Apex and Fallen Order at the same time. That's fair. It also is kind of like a duality of man moment, because Fallen Order is so much higher quality than Apex.
Got it. Your turn.
It's really crazy. Like, I say this as someone who... I'm not mad that they started making Apex before, like, Titanfall. I gave Apex an honest try. I just don't like it. It just plays bad.
Battle Royales are like... Battle Royales are extremely hit or miss for me. I either, like, can have fun with them, or I just don't even want to look at it.
Yeah,
I've never played a Battle Royale where I was like, this is okay.
There is a very small community of people on Twitter who will not shut the fuck up about how what's really wrong with Halo Infinite isn't that it's, like, missing content, obviously. What's really wrong with it is that they didn't ship it with a Battle Royale, and Halo needs a Battle Royale. And I'm going to be honest with you, I have never wanted to take someone's rights away so much as when I hear that stupid fucking argument.
Halo Battle Royale makes me rethink my position on free speech.
Yeah.
I don't even know, dude, we're not even, like, in the era of Battle Royales anymore. Like, are they even, like, what are I can't check the homepage right now for obvious reasons, but will somebody check the Twitch, like, homepage and tell me what, like, the top 5 most streamed games are right now? Fortnite's probably one of them because of the fucking build update.
Sister still plays Fortnite.
You're a young guy.
Fortnite is still pretty popular. Yeah, well, Fortnite
is a good party game. Like, the match times are short. You can just hop on with the boys. That's what's keeping Fortnite alive right now. You don't have to take it very seriously. You can just, like...
Whatever you say. Hey, we should get back down.
You can just, like, consume legal substances and start playing Fortnite with, like, no real effort.
Uh-oh, guys. Uh-oh.
Oh, I forgot I have to actually control this part.
Uh-oh!
Prof, you okay?
Cal!
Prof!
Can't climb up!
Prof, just hang on.
Listen, there's no way a species that big doesn't have the upper body strength.
Prof! No!
Prof! No!
Man, I like Prof. I hope nothing happens
God.
to him.
Whenever like right button or right trigger type button prompts pop up, my fucking dyslexia goes into overdrive. It's like, I
You just,
can't
like,
think that
mash...
fast, dude.
Do you just, like, mash all 4 of them, and you're like, ah!
Watch out, Cal!
Look out!
Also, why do they have the giant pit monster here? Is that a horrible workplace hazard? Okay, so... There's a massive Sarlacc because it's very convenient for them to throw any scrap they can't reuse or resell into the Sarlacc. It is a wonderful garbage disposal, and Star Wars has this weird thing about how, like, every planet has at least one kaiju, so people just aren't bothered about them anymore.
Also, OSHA doesn't exist in the Star Wars universe.
Yeah, also, OSHA does not exist in the Star Wars universe. Absolutely.
That was the Force, wasn't
And it's dude, no historical period in Star Wars has ever cared about workplace safety. OSHA does not exist. Maybe the reason none of the aliens ever reacted to Cal doing the shit that he does is because it's like, look, the kid's gonna slip and die one day. Who gives a fuck?
All right, I'm gonna run an idea by you guys. Are you ready? We do a Cal Disney Plus series. All right. Andrew Garfield as Cal.
Well, it's funny you say that because, like, there's an actual TV show actor who does all the facial and motion capture for Cal, and he's also the guy who voice acts Cal.
Okay, well, we can just use that guy then.
Yeah, I was about to say. So if we have a Cal show, we have a guy to play Cal right there.
Oh, I see. Expo is
working with you
Oh, never mind.
sometimes,
He's making the
pal.
same argument you did.
I've never seen you do anything like that before.
I was gonna say, I see. Expo is an Andrew Garfield hater.
Together. So,
Get him out.
We like Andrew Garfield in this house.
Is Andrew Garfield British?
I don't know how
Yes.
to repay you.
Don't mention it. I mean it.
Emma is very racist against the British, and this might be a problem.
Oh, is she? Oh no.
Did you hear? Probably not. I went to a concert, and the opening people come out on stage, and I'm oh cool, this is gonna be fun. And then they start talking, and it like the room kind of went quiet, like right before they started, and you could just I would think about it, but everything was silent,
Well, bro.
and I just go, they're fucking Brits.
Wait, hang on. The guy who did Cal was the Joker in Gotham, because the Joker in Gotham was alarmingly cringe.
Well, probably because he was playing a Joker in a fucking TV show.
Very, very rough go of things.
Look, all I'm thinking now is a scene where Andrew Garfield is sitting there in the train and he just looks at Prof and he goes, "All I have are negative thoughts." Yeah, Joker as a character, like, concept is very hit or miss. Expo's right, I
Yeah,
think.
that's
Like,
true.
a Joker is either going to be, like, culturally defining or everyone's going to hate them.
Yeah.
I didn't like the new Spider-Man movie that much, but Andrew Garfield was the best part. Dude, we loved Jacob and I watched that movie really recently.
Yeah, it was good.
For the first time. That movie was awesome.
Wait up.
Oh,
That movie kicked
you know,
so much ass.
I'm not really a Marvel guy, and I'm kind of over the MCU, but I am looking forward to Multiverse of Madness. Especially since Sam Raimi is directing it and Bruce Campbell has a cameo. That's going to be fun.
You talking about No Way Home?
No.
No. We're talking about the
Wait,
Multiverse
we
of Madness.
We were talking about No Way Home, but now we're talking about... Dude, am I getting pranked by the store right now? The Joker is only good if he's funny. I mean, I guess. Am I going insane?
Turn around.
Yes.
Turn around.
Dude. I've had a couple experiences that look kind of like this, let me tell you.
Cameron Monaghan. Yeah, that's the actor's name.
Right.
It's also very funny because when they announced, when Jedi Fallen Order first got announced, everyone was like, "Oh man,
Oh my god, it's Morbius. Holy shit, we're fucked.
Mark well and listen.
Master.
Only in the Force.
Train has stopped.
the
Yeah. Something's going
one of the
on.
funny things about when this game first got announced is that everyone immediately recognized Cal as being played by Cameron Monaghan, and because Cameron Monaghan is gay, like openly gay,
Yeah, well, he is an actor.
Just another
for a while, people never referred to Cal by his name when they were talking about like the game before it came out. They were like, "In the Jedi twink."
If you're an actor, like, already by virtue of being an actor, you're like an obligate bisexual at the very least.
Yeah. Oh, people who are really into Star Wars deep lore, how annoyed are you that this starship that the Ninth Sister is landing in right now doesn't exist yet? That model of TIE was not created yet at this point in time.
Yeah, do we have anybody that can challenge Tim for,
For like Star Wars lore nerd.
yeah.
I don't know, dude.
Well, okay, but you have, like...
Yes, second sister.
So, your, like, Star Wars deep lore knowledge is pretty good, but your Star Wars knowledge of military equipment is, like, fucked up. It's to the point where like it's like how.
Of the treasonous Jedi
I don't, dude. Sci-fi, being a sci-fi tech nerd is kind of just fun.
Over this traitor will result in a charge of
My immersion
sedition.
through continuity is ruined.
Like,
yeah,
if
dude,
you could have
exactly.
figured out how to do your military history baccalaureate thesis on something Star Wars related, you probably would have.
Summary.
Honestly, well, just sci-fi in general, because I'm also kind of like that for like, I'm also kind of like that for stuff like Halo.
Yeah.
Like Halo, Star Wars, 40K, like, if it's just kind of fun escapism where I can appreciate a jet fighter, like, I'm kind of all for it. You know what I mean?
I've been working on this heap a long time.
The fun.
You were telling it. Sorry, go ahead.
We refit.
I was responding to the Overmind saying I'm not a huge Star Wars nerd, or I'm a huge Star Wars nerd, but the military equipment isn't anything I really dug into super deep. Overmind, something I really like about Star Wars' tech is that it's immediately accessible and has a level of longevity that like no other sci-fi setting can really attest to. How many times in Star Wars do you see a character run into a ship's cockpit for the first time and just kind of know what buttons to push?
We're just
And the theory I have on that one is because Star Wars tech is just crazy intuitive.
we're all just expendable.
Anyone can do it, anyone can fix it, and that's the reason why the Star Wars setting has been so, like, long. Like, why everyone has been in the stars for so long, and there hasn't been any, like, awkwardness with tech, because... Or you'll, like, run into a starship from, like, 10,000 years ago, and, like, a completely different point in the Republic's history, and you're like... Oh, this all still kind of works, actually.
Oh yes, cutscenes running well, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've noticed what's causing the drops. Whenever there's a scene transition, and like, a lot of things have to load, that's where the slowdowns are happening.
How'd you get here?
The only way it would be that super intuitive would be if there was an implant that translated things for you. I don't think so. I think it's just...
not the case.
I think it's just a really good tech base. So, like, when Luke jumps into an X-Wing for the first time, and they ask him, like, how do you... Like, are you able to fly this thing? And he goes, it's just like a T-14 back home. Well, both of those machines are made by Incom.
Like, imagine if technology got to the point where, like, literally everything, including, like, our most advanced, like, jet fighters, you got in them and it just looked like you were in a Honda Accord.
Yeah.
Like,
and
this is definitely possible from an engineering perspective.
Because that's what I think is happening. Luke jumped into... You gotta deflect the blaster bolts and kill those Stormies. Luke jumped into a fucking X-Wing, and he was like, oh, Incom makes a T-14. I know how to fly a T-14. They made the controls of this X-Wing look just like a T-14. So, like, I kind of understand what I'm doing here.
By the way, speaking of Honda Accords, did you guys see that fan art where it's Melina from Elden Ring, and it says, "Greetings, Tarnished, I'm here to offer you an Accord," and she's standing next to a Honda Accord, and the license plate says Torrent.
One way out.
Very cool.
Tim, do you... Okay, I need to work through a few different comments here, guys. Sorry about that. Tim, do you like the AdMech and or Knights in 40K? Yes, I do. Knights especially are super cool. But the AdMech is really great because it's not very often that you see a faction in sci-fi that's just like...
I chose to rest instead.
We are cyborgs and we worship technology and the meat is weak, and it's not like outrageously cringy shit like the Iron Warriors. You know what I mean? The AdMech kind of is like a good balance in my opinion. And like they also work really well because no one else in the setting takes them all that seriously. Like if you're an Imperial Guard regiment and you have like the local AdMech like like engine seer who like gets mad when tankers like adjust their own machines, like no one in the guard is like, everyone in the guard's like, yeah, okay, whatever, guy. And it's just like, I don't know, I just kind of like that. The only way would be... Okay, hold on. It's the same with 40K, though, yeah. Their shit works like 20 best.
Battlestar Galactica video game. Let's fucking go, dude. We need to fucking cram as many, like, just random sci-fi fucking setting memes in here as possible.
But, yeah, absolutely. Dude, what if I told Naomi, hey, Jacob's playing a Battlestar game on stream right now, and she came in and saw you playing Star Wars? She'd be so annoyed.
Yeah, she'd probably dump you.
get you.
I personally find it hard to believe different brands and producers would be willing to work together enough to make their UI the same, just in a realistic sense.
Dude, there's so many examples of that in real life, though.
Yeah.
Like, you ever notice that all tools are standardized? You've got, like, a couple of different screwdrivers, and that's it.
Unless you're talking about car tools, and then you have ones that you use to work on. Oh, I guess that's different countries.
Yeah, but we also, like, the other thing you have to imagine here is that humans just invented cars, like, what, 150 years ago, a couple hundred years ago?
Yeah, what was the time difference between when the Wright brothers first flew, like, the very first plane, and then, like, when we had, like, modernized airplanes? Like, what? Isn't it something
not
insane?
a long time.
Yeah, let me check. Let me check when the Wright brothers.
We have not had, like, crazy vehicle technology for very long. So if we're
Wright
talking,
brothers,
like,
the Wright brothers flew the first plane.
tens of thousands of years into the future, things are probably going to be pretty standardized.
The Wright brothers flew the first plane in the year of our Lord in 1903. So that's 119 years ago, and we already have fucking F-22s.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I read somewhere that the difference of time between when they first flew, like the Wright brothers first flew, to when we had, like, a bunch of airplanes was only, like, a span of, like, 30 or 40 years.
Yeah.
Oh, this really, like, just is going to keep throwing enemies at me until I block. Okay, fuck you.
Okay.
Fuck you, tutorial.
This is where I think your dyslexia is fucking with you. Are you just not reading the
No, I
prompts
was
on the
reading
screen?
it. I just didn't think it would, like, actually, unironically, like, I figured that after I parried, 7, 8, 9, 15 guys, they would, like, okay, he knows how to block. Like, I didn't realize they were I was literally on rails right here.
Yeah, you are literally on rails.
Okay, well, now that I know that I'm literally on rails, we'll fucking... Jesus Christ.
They would want to try to be better than their competitors, but I'm a dirty commie, so that might tinge my view. But look, man, I'm a communist too. But, like, Star Wars tech has been around for hundreds of thousands of years. And once they found something that worked incredibly good, everyone started doing their own versions of it, but they all kept it pretty compatible. Because when you're in space, the last thing you want if you have a breakdown is to be fucked because your part doesn't fit quite right. Space is a dangerous place to run into fucking competitor incompatibility. Like... Okay, hold on.
Assuming I can climb this. Oh, yeah.
G-Swab points out, I'm not giving this up. Why does this game have locked doors when you have a lightsaber? Look, Cal respects property. I don't know what to tell you. He's a liberal.
Yeah, dude. The Jedi Order just fell. They think they can still solve things with votes. They haven't figured it out yet.
Okay, hold on. Super Mario Sunshine, 20 years old. I feel like an old man. Yeah, stuff ages.
Time keeps going.
Yeah. Dude, this game turns your lightsaber into a sock and bopper. That's about my only super major gripe. I mean, I don't think so. You can you can upgrade the lightsaber's damage in your skill tree, and once you do, it's pretty reasonable, I think.
You also have to factor into the equation that Cal didn't finish his training and probably isn't a very good swordsman yet.
Jump on the rail, Jacob. That thing you were bumping your face in like a couple seconds ago. The right side, on the right side. The right side. The right side of the screen, of the sign.
Ah.
Well, okay, no, if you guys think about it, he's still killing stormtroopers in one shot. Like, the lightsaber is behaving fine. Some stuff is just tougher than body armor. You know what I mean? The Hammerhead Cruiser's been around for 4,000 years as well. I mean, there's different versions of the Hammerhead, but yeah, it's effectively unchanged. Antros, hey Tim, like the ship of Theseus, how long do you think it'll take our species evolving to be unrecognizable to our current state? I'm gonna be honest with you, dog. I kind of think we're already there a little bit, because if you look at people,
to do it through technology and not. Oh yeah, I see what you mean.
Like, if you compare high school pictures now to high school pictures of people in like the 30s and 40s, they look like they're all fucking 30 years old.
I feel like this is a bad example though, because I think what's going on there is that modern people, modern humans aren't getting the correct nutrition that they're supposed to be getting, because all food is way less nutrient dense now than it was in the 40s and 50s. So like when you see pictures of like 18-year-old dudes in the 50s that have like fucking Brock Lesnar jaws, that's because they were actually getting the amount of like nutrients they're supposed to get.
Right.
So like I don't know if that's a very good example.
Every piece of environmental metal in this game is made from Beskar, obviously.
Yeah.
I do actually like that if you swing your lightsaber around and it tags stuff in the environment, that stuff does get like heat lines on it. So like, the game doesn't just pretend your lightsaber doesn't exist.
Yeah. Cal's walk cycle do be looking a little weird though.
I think he's fighting against the wind or something. I don't know.
No, it just kind of looks weird in general. I mean, that kind of happens with mocap though. Like some mocap can kind of fuck you sometimes.
Oh no!
Also, Disney didn't want lightsabers to cause dismemberment for humans in this game. It could be. I mean, humans are the only things that don't get dismembered.
Yeah, Star Wars usually keeps like its fucking violence relatively chilled out. Except for that in the prequels when they just like show Anakin burning alive. Except for that one short moment.
The prequels actually get pretty fucked up. No, the prequels get really violent. I'm genuinely amazed they managed to keep the rating of that movie so relatively low.
Faster!
His running animation is so weird. It's like he's sliding and trying to keep his balance. Guys, how many of you remember what it's like to be a gawky teenager?
If I was even like 21 running from a machine gun turret, I'd probably look pretty stupid.
Get down.
Yeah, this character's like 16 years old or something. I don't even think
he really that young in this game?
Yeah, I don't even think he's that old. I think he's a little younger at this point in time. Like, Cal is pretty young.
Yo, is this Uncharted?
This game does have kind of Uncharted moments sometimes.
Whoa! This is bad.
If it were realistic, you'd have to play in a Minecraft voxel game to accurately represent the fact that you're playing a demigod space samurai wizard. Yeah, Jedi really do encapsulate a lot of different archetypes, don't they?
I mean, there's been games that have had like really destructible environments in the past. But,
how long do humans live in the Star Wars universe?
Human length.
Yeah, they have a normal human lifespan. With tech, you can expand your lifespan, but I don't think that any human in Star Wars is more likely to live beyond like 200 years old. And even then, like once you pass 100, you're still going to be fucked up and old the whole time.
The 200-year metric makes sense because your brain matter ages at half the rate of the rest of your body. So theoretically, barring neurological diseases, if you could replace the rest of your body parts, you could live for 200 years on average.
I love this starship design.
More like 160 on average.
Yeah, 100. I love this starship design, the Mantis. That ship is so good looking. Also, slippery metal ground, the wind and an auto turret might cause you to run funny. Yeah, he's under fire in a bad environment, and he's like 16. Go easy on the kid.
Unfortunately, he runs like that for the entire game.
Right. Well, I mean, he's a teenager. Honestly, you guys should just be glad he's not Naruto running, considering his age.
Yeah. Dude, let me tell you, if I was 14 and a Jedi, I'd probably Naruto run at least a couple times for the joke.
Yeah. Does the Force extend your lifetime in this universe? I believe it does, but I don't know if it's like
I'm used to fucking playing Elden Ring where every enemy has a charge attack that like you have to wait 16 seconds before you can dodge it. game's a lot more fast-paced. I need to like readjust.
I'm stepping back.
Yeah, no, it is fast-paced. I think that's why I like it over other Souls games. It doesn't feel so plotting. Like you can react. Everything's a bit more reactive and instinctive. You have to feel the force, if you know what I mean.
I'm also hitting fucking the fucking Souls game light attack button just instinctually.
Kids don't Naruto run anymore. Get with the times. They JoJo pose. JoJo posing is way cooler.
No, the cool kids JoJo pose. You telling me? Okay, you're gonna tell me right fucking now. There's got to be at least
Train stuff?
at least 7 people in the chat right now that either just got out of high school or are currently in high school. Are you really telling me you didn't have the one kid who Naruto ran? Because that's like a staple.
Oh, Naruto run.
What'd you say, Emma?
I said, dude, I still Naruto run. You can't tell me there's not others.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, this can't be good.
My whole class Naruto ran. But Expo, the Force, I'm pretty sure the Force does extend your life to a certain degree. But the thing is, anytime we meet an entity in the Force who's like super ancient and also Force sensitive, they're usually an alien of some kind, and it's never explicitly stated that they're as old as they are because of the Force. So you could like assume they're that old just because they're an alien or some shit.
I was the school cringe lord, and even I never Naruto ran. I'm glad that you already have the presence of mind to admit that you were the school cringe lord. You've probably made a lot of personal progress since then.
Yeah. I only beat this game on easy difficulty, but I think that on its hardest it may be harder than Sekiro. I've beaten this game at its hardest difficulty, and I have not yet beaten Sekiro.
Dude,
Take
Guardian Ape and Sekiro is like, that boss alone is harder than like anything I've seen in this game. I haven't finished this game.
Perhaps you've had some training after all.
But
Scarpecna, so when I played this game on my Grandmaster run, I abused the Ninth Sister. I beat the fuck out of her the first time I fought her in Kashyyyk. Like, I didn't even need to die and go back and do her again. I got her the first time, no problem, abused the shit out of her, and then I did the same thing to the second sister at the end. And that was on Grandmaster difficulty, but there's the only bosses in Sekiro that I have done that to are like the random mini bosses that you bump into, like wandering around the open map.
Also,
like, I love this game. I'm very pro Jedi Order being the coolest Souls game, but Sekiro's harder.
Ishin Sword Saint in Sekiro is unfucking believable. That's like one of the gnarliest fights From's ever done.
I really do like a lot of the boss fights in this game, though, because a lot of them are against other lightsaber wielders, and like Souls-likes, where you're just fighting another dude who's like a duelist, are usually like their best fights.
Yeah, Artorias and Melania and
maybe it's because I just can't tell where the hitbox is in the lightsaber. Well, let me tell you, dog, it's all the glowing bits.
I also have a similar problem. I will say in this game, it does feel like the lightsaber has a shorter range than it should. They probably should have extended the hitbox out a little bit longer than the actual blade, I think. Because, so, the problem with having an extremely accurate hitbox where it's literally just the object is that that doesn't compensate for perspective. Because when you're like behind a third-person character, the perspective gets weird and it seems like your weapon is longer than it actually is, which is why most of the time it's advantageous to make it so that the hitbox is actually a little bit longer than the weapon. Or like a little
I will
bigger than the
definitely agree with you on that one. Monster Hunter feels as clean and crisp as it does because in Monster Hunter the hitbox of your weapons is very consistently a little bit bigger than the weapons model.
Yeah, that's definitely the move for a third-person game. Now, if you're first-person, you can get away with them being like really tight, like physics engine type shit, because like
or if you're doing a side-by-side thing like in Hellish Court.
Yeah, exactly, because you can like read the spacing really easily.
And now that she knows who you are, she will not stop until she destroys you.
How do you know so much?
Um,
Why'd you help me?
Ishin was probably the hardest boss fight from soft fight for me. Someone says maybe Millennia because of the anime move.
Harrington, have you played through Bloodborne? Because Orphan of Kos is like widely regarded as their hardest fight.
You've been surviving on your own for so long.
Akapi, enjoy this cutscene.
You guys get to enjoy Uncle Grease. Greasy money, baby. Every single character in this game rocks, and they're all my favorite.
Like rebuilding the Jedi Order.
My Naruto run phases when Halo Wars came out, the Arbiter unit would run like, no, did he? Oh, I never played Halo Wars, dude. Did the Arbiter Naruto run? No way.
They're gone.
God, that's crazy.
It wasn't too long ago that there was supposed to be that storm on Area 51, and people were planning on a Naruto running. So obviously, it's still a thing.
In the meantime, try and relax. Go, you're safe.
God, that's wild. Oh, Naruto ran with his energy swords out. No way. Okay, well, Methane Winter, Naruto did not end as far back as you think. And then they kept it going because I think Boruto is still out, and Boruto is a show about his son.
Move on and live your life. Find your destiny.
But like the actual Naruto series did not end that long ago.
You were talking in your sleep. Weirdo.
Dude, my timing is so good. The cutscene's not even over yet.
Yeah, you get to
Rants really rocks.
You get to see more of Grease.
Dude, Internet Historian's Area 51 video fucking rules. Also, his Internet Historian is the best YouTuber of all time right now, I think. His fucking Fallout 76 video, dude. Holy shit.
Can't wait until Revan Naruto runs in the KOTOR remake. I'm actually incredibly excited for the KOTOR remake, especially... So a lot of the internet behaved really badly when they announced that they're doing an updated combat, so the combat's not going to play like the old games. I think that's great.
Yeah,
like,
I cannot imagine. Look, I haven't played the KOTOR games, so I don't know. But I know how old they are, and I cannot imagine that combat has aged as well as people think that it has.
I can tell you right now, because I've played them, I've replayed them recently. It's not very good.
Yeah.
Isn't
it kind of like an even worse version of Spider game combat?
Yeah, it's not good.
If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, Spider made Technomancer and that one where everybody's a conquistador that can cast spells. What the fuck is that?
New World.
No, not New World. That's the MMO.
Years ago.
Greedfall. Yeah, that's the one.
Touch an object.
Says Snake in my yard. But like guys, if any of you are doubting me that the new combat in KOTOR will be just fine and it won't damage anything, you need to remember that Final Fantasy VII Remake has some of the cleanest combat that an RPG has seen since like Kingdom Hearts. Right? And it was a remake, and they redid the combat completely from scratch. If KOTOR can do what FF7R did, oh, we're going to be eating good, boys. We're going to be doing just fine.
Listen.
Yeah, KOTOR 2 was running the same general kind of combat. It was just better balanced because it had, like, tweaked abilities and feats. And even it's still not great.
If I let my guard down.
Did they fire the new writer for the remake? Yeah, they did. The way I hear it, she basically went out of her way to kind of like antagonize a shit ton of the community online, and like everyone reacted really obnoxiously badly about her, like more badly than I feel like they really should have. Like everyone behaved like a stereotypical online like Star Wars fan. It was very annoying.
Well, probably because most of the people talking about it were online Star Wars fans.
Yeah.
So, dude, I cannot stress enough the gap between how people online act and how people in real life act. Like,
a Jedi I knew discovered it before
you see it a lot with like internet personalities. Like, here's a fucking challenge for you guys. Walk around a grocery store and just ask random people if they know who Jordan Peterson is, and I guarantee you it's like a 2% hit rate.
See that structure?
Yeah.
Nobody actually knows who the fuck that guy is.
His life has been ruined because he's online. If he just got offline and stopped being a weirdo, his life would improve drastically.
That's why you need me.
I know you don't trust me. And I'm not really sure.
That's why I'm not getting a Twitter account.
But we
Based.
have a common enemy.
Yep.
The only reason I have a Twitter account is because it's beneficial for being a social media guy.
Until then.
If I wasn't a YouTuber, I would not have a Twitter account. I can guarantee you that right now.
With you.
Yeah, proud of you, Expo. But Tim, it's not faithful. You're right, and that's good. Based. Absolutely based. Be as unfaithful as possible in your remakes, dude. Just try something different.
The only reason
I'm looking for a Jedi.
The only reason I think that you should ever do a remake is if the original game has aged to the point where playing it feels fucked up. Which is why I'm very fucking skeptical about the idea of a Resident Evil 4 remake, because that game has not aged poorly. Like, you can still play it, it's fine.
Yeah, no, and I agree with this. I agree with Jacob on this one, guys. If a remake is happening, it's because at its core, the game isn't fun to play anymore. In which case, the emphasis should be taking that game that everyone loved and making it fun to play.
Dude, the all-time the example that everybody should hold to for remakes is the Resident Evil 2 remake, because that game, somehow the people that did that remake are wizards and managed to remake Resident Evil 2 the way that you remember it being, but not the way that it actually was. It was very weird how they did it. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah. No, definitely. I can't wait for the new Code War to make me feel like Spider-Man. There's one game that I think, there's only one game looking back at it in my life that plays as good as I remember it playing, and that is the Spider-Man 2 for the PlayStation and GameCube and shit.
Yeah. The one with the funny pizza song.
Yeah. PlayStation 2's Spider-Man 2 is pretty much the only game that you can go back and revisit, and it will play just as good as you remember.
It's me, the droid. Hello, it's me, the droid that will be... I'm going to be a toy line. I'm going to make billions of dollars.
Or if you want to be optimistic, it's me, your best friend.
Searching for a...
Listen, I'm not hating on Star Wars for basically being a toy factory. I think that's one of the smartest things George Lucas did.
Did you just slice that? Thanks.
Jacob, I have a question.
Yeah.
You worked at a pet store.
Yeah.
Okay, so my beta fish is making bubble nests. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Yeah, that's really good. Betas don't make bubble nests unless their conditions are basically perfect. So if it's nesting, then your tank is set up perfectly.
Okay, well, good. Because I had someone else that they do that when they're stressed out, and I was like, oh, shit.
That is not true.
New droid mascot for every new Star Wars IP. I cannot emphasize enough, guys, how dope that is. Droids are your best friends. What I'm hearing when you say that, Snake, is every new time Star Wars comes up with a new IP, we get a new best friend. That's what I'm hearing.
All right, have I satisfied your fuck this game's goddamn tutorial lust? No, I haven't.
I think the map tutorials... I'm pretty sure the map tutorials the last time.
Jacob, you know what else my fish did for the first time? He fucking flared his gills out at me. He was, puffing up.
Yeah. I've heard that actually, if you have a male beta fish, you want to, print out a little picture of a male beta fish and put it next to the tank every once in a while. And then when he, puffs out and does his intimidation thing, you take the picture away, and then he thinks that he's scared away a male, and that makes him feel more comfortable.
You know what I've been doing? I've been using a mirror.
Really big
Yeah,
bug.
yeah, you have to do
I put a
stuff
mirror.
like that for him. Because then they think they're an alpha Chad, and it makes their, it decreases their stress level.
I don't know how anyone can be an R2-D2 simp when T3 is right there.
Which one is T3?
T3's from KOTOR.
Oh, okay.
Remember how you were complaining about how no one gives R2-D2 blasters when we were watching the prequels, and I was like, let me tell you, my friend, the R2-D2 equivalent in KOTOR, you don't just give him one, you give him 2 blasters.
Yeah, R2-D2 has been around for like several generations of Jedi sagas, and nobody's like, it's like, dude, give this guy a fucking gun. Jesus Christ.
HK's dialogue is incredibly good, though. Yeah, HK's a good one.
Make this jump. We've established that.
Yeah, that's a Metroidvania. Come back and revisit this in a bit.
Any ideas? Gotta get across this gap.
All right, you're playing a Grandmaster, so jumping really fucks your shit up as far as your health goes.
Apparently.
Zipline? Whoa! How'd you know that would work?
My boy not wearing a poncho, going the naked route.
Do I even have like my customization options unlocked yet?
Yeah. If you go to the pause menu, you should see customization tab.
You didn't?
I played Darkseid and KOTOR just for HK. I mean, you can have. Honestly, I think HK is charming if you play Lightside in KOTOR because
Music too loud.
Because he gets really annoyed with you being like a goody two shoes, and it's pretty funny.
We're going with the Kill Bill shit, boys. You know, I actually kind of like the no poncho over the default starting poncho. Yeah, I think so. I kind of like character designs, especially for like something like a Jedi where they're sort of like very quick and like fleet-footed. I like the sleek sort of human silhouette type look.
I feel like obviously, I'm not arguing with you. I think an interesting point about the ponchos, what it does for me, is you know how like in Assassin's Creed, they very intentionally design you to have a bunch of like loose robes so that when you're doing parkour, it looks like you have wings.
I never thought about that, but I guess that is a good point.
That's how I interpret the poncho on Cal. Or on like a Jedi. If a Jedi's in robes or like with wings or like with a poncho or something, I imagine that the textiles are there to like flow and add a visual flair to their movements.
Oh god, what does that say? What do you think the comparisons of the first Souls and Metroidvania design? They're absolutely correct. The first half of Dark Souls is a 3D Metroidvania for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, even the later half also is. It's just not designed as well as the first half.
Because, like, at that point, Souls-likes hadn't existed.
Oh, fuck, this is Ogdo Bogdo. We don't want to do this yet.
Yeah, it is Ogdo. Well, I mean, you can do him.
Oh, God, fine. I'll do a couple rounds of Ogdo Bogdo.
BD1 is actually my favorite droid. Scarpecnia, did you ever notice that... Scarpecnia, did you ever notice that one of the neat things about BD1 is that the, his initials spell buddy? He's BD. He's your buddy.
Yeah, I need to come back to Ogdo Bogdo once I've got all my timing down.
Right. Poncho is +2 to getting bitches? Absolutely!
Because the last time I played this game on Grandmaster, I did just brute force Bogdo, but it took me a minute.
Just like back at the scrap.
Absolutely base. Poncho is +2 to getting bitches. Like how they make the lightsaber look like the... Oh yeah, how you like, if you're in dark places, you can just hold up your lightsaber like a torch. It's pretty cool.
I never noticed that these guys are like gross little four-legged grubs.
Oh, womp rats? Yeah, they're fucked up.
Yeah, they're not fun looking.
When you guys think droids will be given rights? Droids occupy a really strange place in Star Wars canon.
Wait.
They like they don't have rights really at all, and it's really awkward. And every now and again, a character will make references to like how droids are just low-key oppressed on purpose.
Yeah, like what is like Obi-Wan's line in like the second prequel movie?
Yeah, in episode 2 when Obi-Wan's like, well, if droids could think, there'd be none of us here, would there?
Okay, try that. The vault. Yeah, that's where I was headed to.
I wish Elden Ring was a giant 3D Metroidvania with a world designed like Hollow Knight instead of an open world. I mean, realistically, what's the difference? Just like a few more pathways to allow you to double back on yourself more?
I don't know. I mean,
Are you thinking, or Scarpecna, are you thinking something like the Scourge 2?
I think what he means is a map more similar to the traditional Souls game, but big.
Right.
Premium content, damn EA. Switching to green. Do we have other?
Oh, Jacob, are you a green? You're a green lightsaber guy?
I think I prefer green to blue. If I'm picking between the two classic colors. But I think if I am I think if I'm picking between the entire catalog, I think I'm a yellow guy.
Oh. Well, later in the game you will get access to yellow.
Yeah.
So you can make a yellow.
Yellow is good. I also kind of liked in The Mandalorian, what's her name's white lightsabers. That was pretty cool too.
Oh yeah.
See,
Oh,
I
so
always love Mace Windu, and so purple will always be my favorite.
Yeah, purple is an acceptable answer.
my favorite that I have is the indigo one that you get in this game. Indigo is my color. Which, I guess if you're not using OC colors like I am, then
Yeah.
I'm a blue guy. It's sad that the droid rights character in Solo was played off as satire stereotypes
hang
of
on, what do you
feminist
mean,
class. I
Jacob?
agree.
What do you mean Jacob likes yellow? What a surprise. What
No,
the fuck,
well,
what the
okay.
fuck does that mean?
No, before you said yellow, that guy was saying no one gives the yellow love, and then you said it, and he goes, "Oh, wow, Jacob likes yellow. What a surprise!"
Okay.
And then they said, "Thank you, Jacob." So the guy's saying it weirdly, but he's stoked that you like yellow because no one likes yellow.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was, like one of the EU things, or like it was one of the EU like video games or
Well, it's KOTOR that introduced yellow.
or something that I saw where I was like, oh yeah, yellow's neat.
Yeah, I'm all right.
Tim confirmed to be a part of the Blue Man group. I mean, a part of the Indigo Man group if I'm allowed to have like OC tier colors. But
Oh yes.
yeah, Ahsoka's lightsabers are pretty neat because she's like still a Jedi, but she's not like a part of the Order. So her lightsaber color like reflects that. It's a pretty cool idea.
Better. Thanks, little droid.
Bastila with the double-bladed yellow saber was very cool. Yeah.
Let's try this again.
Did they did a character that had like in the anime Star Wars anthology? Didn't they have a character that had like a lightsaber spear?
I think so. Yeah.
Because that is my shit right there.
Oh, you like that? Just taking a lightsaber but giving it a long handle.
Yeah, like give me if I'm like if I gotta pick, give me like the lightsaber version of like a Naginata. That's the move.
Right.
Jacob, hear me out, okay?
Yeah.
A lightsaber scythe.
No.
Dumb, but I'll allow it.
Lame.
Dude, I only said that because that's what he was using in Elden Ring for the longest time.
The scythe moveset in Elden Ring is fucking busted.
Wait, Jacob, you're just gonna walk by loot?
No. I'm not gonna do that. When have I ever done that?
Go back up that. Go back up the thingy.
Yeah, well, hang on. Lightsabers Zweihander. The legend never dies, dude.
Hey,
To your right.
Think the Jedi would
Well,
mind
no,
if
you're,
we
yeah,
grabbed
there you go.
supplies?
You see the chest.
I mean, that is kind of what Adam Driver's got going on, right?
Yeah,
It's
because
very, very
the two.
close.
He's got like a lightsaber longsword. It's actually a pretty cool design. I like it.
Yeah, people were kind of roasting that when it came out, but I was like, that looks pretty sick. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, no, I thought it was
That's where we
rad.
need to go. I can feel it.
To be honest, the Jedi can only blame themselves for how Anakin turned out. He was given no real way to healthily tackle his emotions.
Yes, that
Yoda
is the entire point of the prequel trilogy.
Yeah. Yoda had a point in the shitty sequel trilogy. The Jedi kind of need to end. Well, the Jedi, as he led them, needs to end. The prequel Jedi need to end. But there will always be Force users in the setting. And if that's the case, then, like, they need to have at least a couple of different sources to teach them how to use their shit for good.
Yeah.
My theory when it comes to Force users, my real theory when it comes to Force users, is that the Force amplifies your emotional state,
We gotta find another way.
which is why it's so easy for Force users to slip into the dark side. Because having access to the Force like that can kind of fuck you up because you're also experiencing the emotions of everyone around you.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're tapped into like the way that they write the Force in Star Wars. It's kind of like the Akashic record. They're sort of like in it all the time, so you're feeling like everybody else's emotions. Shit.
A gray path is the way you had it right. Okay, well hold on. No. I disagree with that, Braddock. Hear me out here. Gray Jedi are kind of dumb depending on which definition you use. If you use the definition of gray Jedi to mean someone who uses the light and the darkness in equal accord, that's stupid. Because the dark side is a corrupting force in and of itself.
Yeah, that's like how
you
in
can't
media,
just tap into it.
That's always like how in media there's always like the warlock character who's tapping into black magic. Like everybody's like, "Hey, that's gonna like get you," and they're like, "No, it won't get me. I'm special." And then the whole point of their character is that they're not special and they get owned.
Yeah,
that's what you're setting yourself up for there.
The dark side does exactly that. And like, if you mean gray Jedi as in like a Jedi who is a Jedi but doesn't follow the very explicit dogmatic order, then that's a good thing. In that case, gray Jedi is a good idea, but that's not how people tend to use the term.
I can have
that is the path.
I can have a little dark side as a treat.
That's the path that Ahsoka is trying to follow. You're correct. She is a Jedi without any doubt. She's just not a Jedi of the Order. If any of you guys want to know who the best Jedi in Star Wars history is, play KOTOR 1 for Jolee Bindo. He's the best Jedi.
That is a good Star Wars name. A lot of the time, they're just like kind of dumb, but that's a good one.
Jolee Bindo is without a doubt, in my mind, and I will die on this hill, the best Jedi in the entire series. He knows what the fuck is up.
Oh, isn't there a big boy over here? Yeah, that's a big boy right there.
He's like he's like a non-Super Saiyan version of Ogdo Bogdo. I'll take the dark side yellow eyes, but I don't want to look like a roughed up chew toy. Well, then get his surgery done, dude. Star Wars has excellent prosthetics. What are you talking about?
Yeah, get funny eyes.
What'd you find?
Who's the asshole Jedi from Outbound Flight? Oh, you probably mean Sabayoth, don't you? Because I haven't read Outbound Flight, but I know that Sabayoth is in it. I'm sure you can
I don't want to throwing up or have a fever, but now I've developed a cough and it's really annoying.
Yeah, that sounds annoying. You should get a COVID test just as a goof.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is Sabayoth. I knew
I'll
it was
take
Sabayoth.
one literally right now. I have a bunch of them.
Yeah, take one just to see what's up.
Yeah, no, Jacob and I rewatched the prequel trilogy very recently, and thematically they are excellent. It's just the details of the movies themselves that need work.
Also, Tim pointed out and elaborated on a theory that the prequel trilogy should have started with the second movie instead of doing all the weird childhood Anakin shit, and then the second movie in the theoretical trilogy should have been the Clone Wars, and then the third movie should have been the one that we got.
Yeah,
and that
makes that is my theory. The Phantom Menace just did not need to exist. It sets up a couple of things that were also set up by the second film.
Let's read how I'm supposed to take a test at home. I don't even remember how to use these.
You have to put them in your butt.
Tim, did you just say Sabayoth? Yeah, Sabayoth, the guy from the Jedi that Thrawn works with in the original Thrawn trilogy. He shows up in Outbound Flight. They recanonized him.
Jacob, I'm pretty sure that's not right.
No, it is. I just did it the other day.
I'm currently rewatching Clone Wars because I love the Clone Wars. Jacob has not watched them yet, and pretty soon I think I'm going to sit him down and I'm going to put on the highlight arcs. You know what I mean? Question for Tim, as a massive Star Wars nerd, what do you think about the new trilogy? I can't bring myself to get mad about it, but otherwise I don't like it.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it would have been infinitely better if they gave the entire trilogy to either director. If JJ did the whole trilogy, or if the other guy did the whole trilogy, then it would have been an infinitely better experience for all involved. Also, Finn should have been a Jedi, and they fucked up with how they handled
dude,
it.
I don't know. Whoever shot down the Stormtrooper to Jedi arc is should be in prison.
Yeah.
Like, you were like a criminally bad writer for shutting that down.
Yeah, it's crazy. Short Circuit Identity says
crime.
Holy shit, dude, I just got owned so hard. Short Circuit Identity came in and said, I just came in as this game and just an excuse for Tim to go off on Star Wars. You know what?
Dude.
Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Are you muted?
Oh god.
I don't know enough about Taika Waititi to say yes or no to that. I don't really people talk about him all the time, but I don't understand him as an actor or a director. I don't know what his deal is.
He's very talented. I think if they gave Taika Waititi the sequel trilogy, it would have come out very good. A lot of his movies have a deep emotional core, and he also is very excellent at the actual minor details of writing and directing film.
I will also say that after just watching the prequels the other day, a lot of people made fun of the sequel trilogy for kind of recycling the original, but the prequels also kind of do that a little bit. Not nearly as egregiously, but they definitely do it a little bit, for sure.
They do borrow a lot of elements. Taika Waititi, I think, would have handled it pretty well.
A little bit of an animation bug. Oh, there we go.
Oh no, our boy, he's stuck. I'm watching the version of this that everyone else is watching, so you've got time lag on. Oh yeah, while he's all glowing yellow from having your XP, you can't see the red flash of unblockable moves.
Shit.
They recycled even the main villain in the sequel trilogy. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I'm not sitting here raging about it, but I will say outright, the sequels are bad.
When will I analyze the esoteric meaning of Star Wars? You mean when will I talk about how George Lucas just used Western esotericism for all of Star Wars?
Yeah.
I mean, I could go into that, but that's a little played out. Hasn't everybody already kind of noticed that? There's got to be a video essay somewhere, right?
Maybe I don't know. There might not be, to be honest with you. It might be one of those things that's so obvious that no one ever bothered making the video.
It's the whole thing is Eastern mysticism. It's not very difficult to notice.
How am I supposed to do this?
Are you still trying to figure out that COVID test?
Yeah. But I want to hear you talk about it.
Yeah, I've noticed that people online are freaks, and there was a guy.
Don't be mean to the guy.
There was a guy who literally left a comment on one of my videos and was like, "You should do a video that's this one guy's Minecraft video, but you should do it." It's are you asking me to just do a reboot of another guy's YouTube video? That is crazy.
Didn't the original trilogy have the same problem with different directors? First was directed by Lucas and the other two by some other people, but George did something for Return of the... Yeah, Lucas was not in the director's chair for the second and third movies, which is why the second and third movie of the original trilogy turned out as good as they are. There's a video essay on Kreia. It's 2 hours long. I've seen that in my suggested videos. I've not watched it because I guarantee that if you got me high, I could recreate it off the top of my head entirely. Okay, for anyone who's not watched it, I've not watched it, but you want to know the basic thing you need to know about Kreia if you're playing KOTOR 2, if you plan to play KOTOR 2, the number one thing you need to know about Kreia is that Kreia is a liar. Every piece of information that you ever get in KOTOR 2, if you think it tells you something about the setting, you need to ask yourself a very specific question first. And that question needs to be, did I get this information from Kreia?
Look at that. Oh, good.
Because if the answer to that is yes, then you need to, reconsider what it is you think you know about that information. Oh, hey, look, there's a rest spot right there, so you can go fight the guy and get your shit back. Your XP. Her thought process is that the Force is a being in and of itself. Yeah. Kreia is effectively just a mouthpiece for Drew Karpyshyn.
Holy shit. I did not think the fucking drop attack was going to be 50% of this thing's health.
Yeah, drop attack's crazy good. Always use it when you can. I'm pretty sure they put that there on purpose, so if people are struggling with this guy, they can get the drop attack every time.
Yeah, it's like the Taurus demon in Dark Souls 1. They make you fight that boss pretty early when you're... Well, I mean, this is obviously not a boss. This is like just kind of like a big enemy and or mini boss. But they, in Dark Souls 1, the Taurus demon is the first boss, and they specifically give you the option to do a plunge attack.
Yeah.
Bruh, I never started the dryer. the universal fucking Gen Z millennial experience of not starting the dryer.
KOTOR 2 was also developed by Obsidian. Yes, Obsidian is very good at writing.
Okay. Really good at writing.
No, they were. Yes, they were. Back in the day, when Obsidian was really good at writing, the reason they were really good at writing when they were doing shit like Planescape Torment is because Obsidian is not afraid to just throw a shit ton of information at you as a wall of text. They will just have a character talk your ear off for like 5 minutes.
Yeah. Their writing
Shameless.
in Neo Obsidian does not have very good writing, and if you want evidence for this, play Outer Worlds.
Yeah.
Outer Worlds is even more annoying because the writing is almost good, which is the worst kind of writing.
It's really hard for me to give you directions on where to go because I'm seeing things
you've got like the 5-second delay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
if I could go fully live, I would do it. But I'm pretty sure Twitch
that hallway right there with the lights in it. I don't know if you're looking at it or not. Fuck.
Yeah. I don't know if I can I think Twitch always has at least a small default by just how it works. I think on YouTube you can go fully live. I would need to check out my Twitch settings though.
Now I wait 15 minutes.
Oh, Braddock, you're talking about the, like the zero intelligence ending? Yeah, that's a good one.
Tim was watching the past. He is actual Jedi. Nice. Hold on. Someone said something for me a little bit above, and I missed it. Do you like Return of the Jedi? A lot of people hate it, but it's my favorite because of the ending, and I'm a casual enjoyer. I don't get mad about Return of the Jedi.
Honestly...
I don't think it's as strong as Empire Strikes Back, but it's still good.
Here's my hot Star Wars take. So you know how everybody said that
difficult, Master.
In the
Yes, the path is difficult.
is it Rise of Skywalker? Is that what the last sequel movie is called?
Yeah.
Everybody said that was the worst one in the sequel trilogy, but I honestly think it was the best one.
Do what you must to reach me.
Why do so many people hate Return of the Jedi? I think people don't like Return of the Jedi because it's not as good as Empire Strikes Back. I mean that earnestly. It just isn't as good as Empire Strikes Back. And I kind of feel like it wastes more time. Jacob, you're learning how to wall run. What are you doing?
Reading chat. Mostly.
Now, reach my position.
Yeah, I remembered how to wall run. Ever heard of it?
Okay, Scarpecna, to answer your question, explain. The thing about Empire Strikes Back is that Empire Strikes Back is basically the best Star Wars movie of all time.
Hang on. What do you... Scarpecna, what are you asking me to explain?
Oh, yeah, Jacob. Sorry.
I'm going to assume you're talking about the Rise of Skywalker thing.
Oh, that it was your favorite of the sequels? Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious about that as well. I don't think I agree, but I also am curious as to what your logic is there.
Okay, I'll give you the short version because I haven't watched them in a while, so I don't have like the fucking video essay version in my brain anymore. So the first sequel trilogy is basically just a fucking remake of God, I get the titles mixed up in the original trilogy. Which one is the Death Star one?
The first one.
Okay,
Star Wars.
so the first sequel trilogy movie is basically just a remake of the first original trilogy movie. So, like, it's not bad, but, like, who cares? Like, they basically just did the same thing a second time, right? Then the second one is just totally forgettable. I don't really remember anything about it. And isn't that the one where they have that part where they're on the rich planet?
Yeah, that is the one.
Yeah, that part is, like, the worst part of the entire sequel trilogy. It's so fucking boring and ham-fisted. I hate it. But then Rise of Skywalker just sort of, like, it just had more moments that I liked. Like, it didn't feel like a remake. It didn't have, like, an annoying second act.
With the Jedi Order.
It just, like, felt like its own thing. It's like, yeah, it's stupid. The whole fucking Kylo Ren arc is dumb. I get it. It's not the best written movie in the world. But I think out of those three movies, it's the better one.
That's fair enough.
Jacob, you know what it probably is? I was just thinking about, like, why I got sick all of a sudden. It's because I fucking started working with children.
Yes, that is true. You got some sort of fucking early childhood turbo disease.
Welcome to the Petri dish.
Yeah. But the good news is, here in about 2 years, you'll have the best immune system on Earth.
Yeah, no, Jake, yeah. Whenever, I think when Jacob talks about which Star Wars movies he likes, he very clearly, like, has the three trilogies, like, split up in his head.
Yeah, I mean, I think you sort of have to.
Like, when I tell you guys I think Empire Strikes Back is the best Star Wars movie, I mean I think Empire Strikes Back is the best Star Wars movie.
To be really honest, okay?
Yeah.
Absolute favorite Star Wars movie is Rogue One.
Yeah, no,
Rogue One is very good. Rogue One is very, very good.
I more or less agree with that. So if you've seen I'm assuming everybody here has probably seen Solo. You know how at the very beginning of Solo, where he's, like, just a guy on a shit planet, and then he joins, like, the fucking Empire to be a pilot, and then, like, it doesn't really work out, and there's that scene of him just, like, doing ground battle that's, like, really nuts at the very beginning?
Yeah.
I want a movie with shit like that that's just sort of like Band of Brothers, but Star Wars.
That'd be a lot of...
The most recent one to come out, was that Solo? Was that the most recent one?
No.
I don't think so.
Because I don't think I've seen Solo, but I also don't know if I've seen the most recent one.
Well, Jacob, boy oh boy, do I have good news for you about the Clone Wars series.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
There are several story arcs that don't even involve, like, main Jedi characters and are just about the clones.
Yeah, I would imagine that's probably why people like Clone Wars so much.
The Umbara arc, especially, is like Anakin and Obi-Wan are not even on planets, and the only Jedi that they interact with on the Umbara arc is not a good dude. Like, the Clone Wars series is really good, and you and I need to start watching that very soon.
Yeah, we'll get around to that for sure.
I haven't seen any of the shows. I've only seen the movies.
Dude, The Mandalorian is so good. That's like the best.
I know.
The best the series. That's like the best the franchise has ever been.
Dude, I have a hoodie that's from Mandalorian, but I've never seen The Mandalorian.
You need to watch Mandalorian. Also, yeah, Braddock and Expo. Umbara arc is the arc on the Night Planet where the Jedi is the four-armed dude using two double-bladed lightsabers. That is, you are thinking of the correct story arc.
Are there like rules for, like, so let's say you're like, right, you're a Padawan, right, and you get your lightsaber when you're like fucking 4 years old or whatever.
Right.
You finish your training. Can you just go, once you've like graduated the Jedi, can you just like go into the armory and pick something out?
The way it works is that your graduation ceremony of becoming a Jedi involves you building your own lightsaber.
Okay, that makes sense.
So after you build your own lightsaber is, I imagine, when, yeah, you can just go buck wild and make whatever the fuck you want, or go into an armory and like...
Wouldn't you think that the double blade would be the standard? Because you can... it goes both ways. So you can just have the single blade most of the time, but what if you need the double blade? Like, why is the double blade just the way it goes?
Do you want the deep lore reason for it?
Yeah, sure.
The deep lore reason for it is that double bladed. There's like a sort of dogmatic stigma against the double bladed lightsaber because it's very popular with Darksiders.
Well, also the idea is that probably it's a move. That's the move of somebody who's worried about power.
Yeah,
which is like supposed to be the antithesis. Have I watched?
Ponkrell is his name. Fuck Ponkrell, dog. All my homies hate Ponkrell.
Oh right, Antros. You're the big Western esotericism guy, right? Or is that a different guy? One of the dudes in the Discord is like a legitimate like ritual magician. I can never remember who it is.
I'm gonna wait for Antros to answer that before I respond to Braddock's question. Don't worry, buddy. I'm not ignoring you. Ponkrell is a great character because he's so hateable. Yes, he is. Also, that is Antros said yes. That is Antros.
Yeah, that's dope.
Also, Braddock, I watched Bad Batch and I liked it. It's fine. I think it fails in a couple of random things, but it's still like a pretty good series overall. I like it.
You have passed the test I left behind and gained access to the vault and this recording.
Scarpecnia, have you watched the anime anthology? Because that's also extremely good if you just want like stories about dudes.
Yeah. The Star Wars Visions is an incredible experience.
Yeah.
It's really obvious which ones could fit in normal Star Wars lore pretty well, and which ones are very obviously meant to be like basically alt history versions of Star Wars.
Dude, I was fucking shocked at like the consistent quality of the anthology. There's like one episode that I would say was unnecessary, and maybe two total that I would say are weak, and then the rest of them are just good. Like all the way through. It's nuts.
Wait, which ones were those? Which one did you think was bad? And which
I would
two
say
did
the
you
one that was
like?
unnecessary was the one with the band.
Yeah,
and
I can see that.
The two that were weak are that one and like the Astro Boy style one.
Oh, Toby? Yeah, I think Toby was kind of... the one that I thought was kind of weak was actually the very last one.
Which one was that?
That was the one that had like the weird kind of lanky art style with the guy who like, with the dude who was like dressed up like he had like an Old West hat on, and he was like a Jedi coming back to defeat like a warlord.
I'd have to watch it again because I don't remember the details of it. But you're right, the art style was odd. I do remember the art style being kind of bizarre.
The Village Bride was insanely good. The Ninth Jedi was insanely good.
The Village Bride, I think, was probably my favorite one.
The Village Bride had excellent vibes.
Yeah. The scene where she like comes out of the crowd and stops the blaster bolt during the execution, 10 out of 10 scene.
Yeah, very excellent. Hiding. Yeah, Cal's sitting in water. The jumpsuit's waterproof. I don't know.
For a Jedi.
Dude, no, you know what? I 100% agree with you. It fucking infuriates me that video games don't treat getting wet with like any seriousness. Like, I don't know. I don't remember if I talked about it or not, but in Pray for the Gods, the fact that getting wet is an option in that game is fucking unhinged. You'd be dead in like 45 seconds if you got wet in weather that cold.
Yeah, it's really wild.
I don't care like how much wool you're wearing, you're done if you get that wet in like below 0 temperatures.
Your dog is in my way.
All clothing in the future should be everything proof, especially in Star Wars. I mean,
probably correct.
There's a lot of characters who do seem perfectly normal and comfortable in really shitty environments, so maybe the clothes are actually really good. I fell into a frozen lake, and if my sister wasn't there, I would have literally died because I can't swim. Okay, now...
That's how water works.
Yeah, I was about to say, I imagine it wasn't the freezing of the lake that was going to kill you there.
Actually, if you're going to fall into water and you can't swim, you want it to be cold because that'll keep you alive longer.
Methane Winter, I know you're saying that to fuck with me, but the Ronin is not... He's literally just like a repentant Sith. He's not a gray Jedi, he's a repentant, like, Sith Lord. I actually read the book. There was a book. There was like a novelization. There was a novel that takes place in that timeline that the duel takes place in. It's actually really good.
Shit. That tutorial message just fucked me, dude. They got me good.
No.
I also love how in the anime anthology they just straight up like, right? Because if you heard, oh, they're gonna do a Star Wars anime. If you were like just an annoying asshole, you might be like, oh, what are they gonna do? Make the lightsabers katanas? And the Japanese were like, yes, we are. Like, fuck you. What are you gonna do?
It was awesome. It rocked.
Yeah, and it ruled.
The Ronin's supposed to be a quote good Sith, right? I mean, no, he was a Sith Lord, and then at the time that we meet him in the duel, he is just kind of a wandering Force user who has like rejected the Sith Order and is actively going out of his way of hunting down the few Sith that remain. So he's repentant, is the word.
Stim, here.
What was that Sith Lord's name who owned a mining company and actually treated his workers nicely? Are you talking about that dude? That dude who's like, asteroid Lumaya was living in the Legacy of the Force book series?
I just realized something that made me angry. The overhead attack takes fucking force. What? Excuse me? You want to run that by me again, motherfucker?
That feels better.
I was wondering why you were just deflecting.
Yeah, because I was trying to do the fucking overhead attack because I thought it was just like a heavy attack. I did not realize that was like a force ability. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
While the umbrella saber hadn't existed in the lore before, saber copter already exists. I'm gonna give you guys a hot take. The saber copters are cool.
Yeah, I thought it was fine. Everybody's making fun of it, but I was like, fine, dude. Yeah, like, here's the thing: do more new and interesting shit with Star Wars. Like, there's so many options that are not being explored here.
It's such a weird setting with so much space for stuff. Do stuff.
Yeah. Hang on a minute, am I getting bamboozled? No, it's just an empty spot.
Another one?
They fly now? Yeah, they fly now.
Dude. We watched the fucking Snyder Cut
My friend,
like shortly after it released, and I drank an entire 6-pack while watching it, and it was a ride.
Yeah, we had a really good time on that one.
My favorite meme in the Snyder Cut, and I don't know if it's in the original cut or not because I haven't watched the original cut, because why would you? Like, if you're gonna suffer through it, watch the Snyder Cut. Don't be a pussy, dude. Don't half-ass it. But my favorite meme in that entire movie is when, like, we get the sort of, like, angsty emo Aquaman when they, like, sort of introduce him in the movie. And there's that slow motion scene of him, like, walking out of the bar. And he slams 2 shots worth of liquor, which is supposed to be impressive, and then, like, throws the bottle in the water because he, like, doesn't even give a shit about the water anymore, man. That is the funniest fucking part of the movie. It's like, dude, a 100-pound woman can do a double shot and be fine.
Yeah,
like, this is not like they should have showed him. If they would have showed him chugging like half a bottle, then I would have been like, damn, all right.
Oh, actually, okay, hold on, Scarpechnia. Do people want just endless wars and stars and endless Sith versus Jedi story? What can you even do with it at this point? So
should be a lot quicker than the way in.
The marketing teams want that.
The thing about Star Wars is that Star Wars is at its best when it's a space western.
Yeah.
A space western or space samurai flick. That's why The Mandalorian is so good, because there's no massive scale shit going on.
Well, also, I'm not going to give any like direct character names because I don't know who's seen The Mandalorian and who hasn't, but in The Mandalorian, whenever like a big character shows up who's like part of the main, like, who's part of other media, the Mandalorian like doesn't know who they are and doesn't give a shit, and it produces incredible moments.
Yeah. The Book of Boba Fett would have been better if they didn't shoehorn the Mandalorian into it. Maybe. I mean,
I don't know. I think
including Din in the Book of Boba Fett was a good move. I just don't think they gave the Book of Boba Fett enough episodes to actually like feel itself.
Yeah, I think that might have been the problem. I think it probably could have. Let's take another fucking couple swings at Ogdo Bogdo now that we've got stims and we're kind of coherent.
Like, I think that if they gave Book of Boba Fett like 2 more episodes of just space to work out its story, it would have turned out. It would have felt a lot less jarring.
Well, I think the point of the Book of Boba Fett is that they're going to combine both the Mandalorian sagas into like one series. So I think they wanted to do a Boba Fett series to sort of give him a bunch of screen time and establish him as a character, so that they could then put the two of them together into one series without it feeling weird.
Yeah,
I think that was their plan.
Like having Book of Boba Fett being like a Mandalorian 2.5.
Yeah, exactly.
I wanted more Sand People. I mean, I think they did a really good job with the Sand People arc.
Dude,
and I don't.
Oh, what were you saying, Tim? I'll let you finish.
Well, I was gonna say I don't think they outstayed their welcome, but I think if they stuck around for much longer, they might have.
I loved the psychedelic scene with the Sand People, and I'm so glad that we've gotten to the point where we had a Disney Star Wars show on a Disney streaming platform that portrayed a psychedelic experience as 100% positive. Like, that is such a fucking step in the correct direction culturally.
Yeah, it's really crazy when you think about it.
That was amazing.
I want a movie from the perspective of a Sith and their fallen rise to power and them creating their empire group. I don't know if a movie is a good thing for that. Maybe like a book or a comic or something, but like maybe a TV show. I think a movie wouldn't be able to do that justice, because what I'm hearing is that you basically just want the Star Wars version of American Horror Story Coven.
Okay, for the record, Snake in my yard, it's absolutely not marketed as Baby Yoda. That's just what people were calling him before he got a name, and it unfortunately stuck with Facebook moms.
Actually, Scarpectinus got a game would be the best way to do that.
Yeah. I mean, for gamers, it would be the best way to do that. I think us in the chat are a little biased there.
Yeah. Isn't that the prequel?
If it was a game, I wouldn't play it.
Well, that is kind of the prequels, Quinn, but the thing about Star Wars is that there's multiple different points in galactic history where like a whole new Sith order like sprung up out of nowhere and caused a bunch of problems. So, like there's a lot of different periods of galactic history where you could play a Sith, setting up a Sith order without having it be directly in like the prequel, like movie scenario. KOTOR is kind of about that, or it takes place after that. Like the Sith Order, the Sith Order of Revan and Malak that pops up in KOTOR is one of the various Sith Orders that I'm talking about that just kind of pops up out of nowhere and makes problems for people.
Sorry, I'm sending a text.
Yeah, no, another Steve. There is an insane amount of Star Wars lore. I'm a big time weird Star Wars guy. I'm not the kind of dude who's gonna watch a trailer and cry, but I do know basically everything about the setting. If that gives you a perspective of where I am.
A lot of the time when I watch trailers and start to choke up, it's because of the orchestral music and not really the content of the trailer.
The last trailer that made me tear up was the first trailer for The Hobbit. Because I'm also a big Lord of the Rings guy.
All right, let's focus over here.
Star Wars and Halo are stuff with so much lore, it's almost overwhelming. I'm gonna be honest with you, as a big lore dude, I don't think Halo has a lot of lore.
Oh god.
Stop doing the slow-mo from the front. You know the first hit's gonna activate the slow-mo, so hit him on the side.
Yeah, do something dumb so I can
Need a stem.
Okay.
Halo books, good or bad? It depends on the books. I reread a whole bunch of them recently. Most of them are bad, but the Kilo 5 trilogy is good.
Have you ever watched, fuck, I didn't see who said that in the comments. Expo, you should watch the Brian David Gilbert video where he reads every Halo book.
I enjoyed Cole Protocol. Cole Protocol is good, but I don't think it needed keys.
Dude, I love how G-Suave is the resident Bionicle guy in my community.
It is cool to have a Bionicle guy.
Yeah, we need a Bionicle guy for sure.
The only thing about Bionicle that I remember is that I collected the Bowrock when I was young, because I thought the Bowrock were really cool. Cole Protocol is a decent one, but what's up?
I cannot believe that Lego sort of like dropped Bionicle as an IP. Like, how was that not working out? You know
they had a bit of a problem because a lot of Polynesian communities didn't like how much a Polynesian culture it just straight up appropriated.
Yeah, but when has that ever stopped a big corporation?
Well, they were getting sued.
They were getting sued? Okay, that's nuts.
Yeah.
What was the do you know the details of the lawsuit? Like what the Because nobody owns like mythology, right?
Well, G-Sov apparently says that was settled. Bionicle and okay, so the Polynesian thing was back in 2001. That got settled, and then Bionicle ended in 2010.
Wait.
So apparently it just ended naturally, and I'm mistaken.
Okay, but now I have to know the details of the lawsuit. I'm assuming G-Swav probably knows them. I have all of my old Bionicle stuff in a box somewhere. Well, not somewhere. I know exactly where it's at. I don't know what to do with them. I have a bunch of old Bionicles and a bunch of old Gen 1 Beast Wars Transformers, some of which are broken, some of which aren't. Some are missing parts. Some of the missing parts are in the box. Some of them are not. And I want to find, like, just the most neurodivergent toy collector and just, like, hand him that box and be like, have fun, buddy. But I can't find... I
don't even sell them, just give them to him?
Yes, but I would do that. But I can't find that guy anywhere. It's been driving me crazy for years.
G-Swav said the Tohunga were renamed to the Matoran, and that partly involved it.
Okay, is that like a tribal name or something?
I think so.
That would make sense.
Because I do remember that's what it was. It wasn't that, like, Bionicle stole a bunch of religion.
Yeah.
And did like a Marvel with the Norse gods thing. It was a name thing. Yeah, some of the words were misused.
Yeah, because you can't, like, let's say hypothetically, I'm going to make like some sort of toy franchise that's like heavily based on the Shinto religion. People can't sue me because I'm like appropriating Shinto, because that's like public property. You know what I mean? Nobody owns like the deity that's in Mount Fuji. So I knew that it had to have been something like very specific. Shit, how do I get back up? All right, we'll try Ogdo Bogdo one more time. Because I was too busy thinking about Bionicle lawsuits.
Also, there wasn't actually a lawsuit, but one was threatened.
Oh, so it was settled out of court. That makes sense. Well, if it was settled out of court, that means the potential for a lawsuit was there. Because you wouldn't... If you were, like, confident that the other side had no case, or, well, that's not always... You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, most corporate lawsuits are settled because it's cheaper to settle than it is to go to court. So, like, who knows?
Expo, why not go with the Mayans? Their myth is crazy as shit. I have no talent in coding, but if I could code a game and I had a choice of what kind of game to make, I would want to make a Souls-like action game, but the deal is that you are a Mayan warrior fighting your way up from the bottom of hell through the various Mayan hells.
Oh, dude, I can expand on this. I would want to do exactly what you just said, but it's Ishtar fighting her way out of the Sumerian underworld.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would basically do like third-person action Doom, but the Mayan edition.
Yeah. I love like deep history, like real deep history, like all the way back to when we like barely even know that civilization was around.
Yeah.
Which is a little unfair with Sumeria, because we actually have pretty detailed records about how Sumeria worked, and we have like their laws on the, like they wrote down their laws and shit. So we
It's just not very like popularly known.
Yeah, so we have a lot of information on them. Like there are literally Sumeria had detailed urban planning and like zoning laws, and they had laws about like pets. So like in Sumeria, if you owned a dog and that dog was rabid and bit somebody, you could like go to prison for that.
Yeah.
So they had like really well thought out, complicated laws.
Snake in my yard. I'm pretty sure you can only cut the tongue off Ogdo Bogdo and the type of enemy he is if you have the pull force power, because you have to pull the tongue out and then hit it with a sword.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Sumeria is the oldest empire that we know of. I don't believe so. No.
It's Göbekli Tepe isn't officially attached to any known empire, but in my opinion, it's pretty unlikely that a temple complex as complicated as Göbekli Tepe would have been built without the support of some kind of empire. So I would say that whoever built that is probably close to one of the oldest ones. Okay, so I can't jump that.
Wasn't it an ancient Indian civilization that's the oldest? If it is,
Probably.
I don't remember the name.
Are you talking
I
about,
guess
like,
it
the
depends on
Tamil
what you mean.
kingdoms?
That kind of does depend on what you mean by civilization. Unfortunately, we have to have that conversation.
Yeah, that's sort of slippery to define.
The Indus Valley civilization. I'm pretty sure that's like pop culturally the oldest civilization. I don't know if it's actually the oldest civilization. Jacob, that's the landing gear.
Ah, right. I was like, this door looks kind of weird. Turns out, it wasn't a door. Nordichico.
So you knew about BD1.
It's the only thing I can think of when somebody says Nordichico.
We'll talk inside.
Wasn't the
I
first
am also a big
civilization, like, in
fan.
Ohio?
I'm a big fan of the idea that there's sort of like a pseudo archaeology theory that so you know how the narrative that we have right now is that like, oh, there was the Fertile Crescent and like that's where agricultural civilization started and that's where all the oldest guys are.
Oh, calm down, Breeze. He did.
I'm going to go to Dathomir, but for one very specific reason that I'm going to rush and then immediately leave. So you're probably not going to get spoiled on what happens on Dathomir.
Yeah. No, you won't get spoiled on Dathomir. I can tell you. Yeah, G Suave. The reason he's going to Dathomir is because of some shit that I said. And it's super easy. It's really early on the planet, and you're not going to get spoiled on basically anything.
You knew it?
Anyway, so everybody knows the Fertile Crescent story, right? Well, there's sort of like an alt theory that people are working on right now that while civilization was being born in the Fertile Crescent, it was simultaneously being born or maybe even potentially being born earlier in South America. And I really like that a lot.
How do we go from Star Wars to Bionicle and now to ancient civilizations in the span of a couple minutes? I mean, they're all connected.
I'm a very thoughtful man. I'm always pondering Earth's, and I'm always pondering the greatest questions.
You guys might think that we're putting on. You guys think that we might be like putting on a show for the stream, but like when Jacob and I are just hanging out downstairs in the kitchen, this is actually just kind of what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Let's get it.
Like we kind of just do this shit all the time.
Yeah, I walk down at
something about the planet
10:30 in the morning and I start making an English muffin and I'm like, hey, you guys ever think about what happens when you die?
Yeah, we do actually have those conversations all the time. I'll be like, he'll do that, or I'll come downstairs just kind of randomly, and I'm like, I'll come downstairs kind of randomly, and they'll be like listening to music or something, and I'll be like,
changed my perspective.
You guys ever think it's really weird that like the Venator has 2 bridges?
You still want to rebuild the order?
Yeah.
They'll be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I have to pee again. I hope there's enough cutscene left. Let's find out.
Yep.
What do you believe?
I believe I can't keep hiding from the Empire, so I don't really have a choice.
Cal, as long as you're alive, you will always have a choice.
Hey Tim, what are holocrons actually? The only exposure I have to them is the Force Unleashed. The what holocrons are and what they've been used for has been very subject to change over the course of Star Wars' entire history. Really early on, holocrons are basically massive fucking hard drives capable of holding like a whole planet's worth of information. In order for a Jedi or a Sith to store their consciousness on the holocron. So the idea is that a holocron could either hold an entire like planet's library's worth of info,
there wasn't enough cutscene.
So like a holocron could hold an entire planet's library's worth of info, or a Jedi or a Sith could implant their consciousness onto a holocron, so that after they die, if you find their holocron, they basically have a tiny little spirit AI that teaches you everything they knew.
Where we go next?
That was the original purpose of holocrons.
Okay.
But they're only accessible by Force users, and like they use kyber crystals in their core and shit. So like holocrons used to have a very specific purpose. But as like Star Wars got bought out by Disney and they started doing more things with kyber, what a holocron was used for ended up being expanded on to the point that they're basically just Force accessible data pads.
Oh, wait a minute. While I'm
Okay,
here...
it's him. I don't know too much about Star Wars lore. Are kyber crystals the same thing they use in
Lightsaber crystals?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So could someone then theoretically implant their consciousness into a kyber crystal and then use said kyber crystal in a lightsaber so that the lightsaber then had consciousness?
Dude, let's go. I like that idea.
I mean, if you want to do like a Masamune type thing in your story, that'd be kind of cool, actually.
Also, I like what the fuck did I like
I'm
the
actually
idea of
thinking
doing
about
that because in esotericism and like New Age spirituality, there's the idea that crystals can sort of like store energy, which is fun. Oh, I see. What I'm doing here.
Hold on, I need to remember who Jack 14 is. I'm looking up the old Wikipedia page on him right now, the Legends tab.
I'm surprised Cordova.
Jack 14 was a Force-sensitive Sith clone of a basic clone trooper created by Count Dooku/Darth Tyrannus on Kamino during the Clone Wars. He was originally intended to be part of a much larger Sith clone army. After dueling and evading Mace Windu and Yoda, he escaped Geonosis, where he presented himself to Darth Sidious in the flesh. However, when the Jedi Master Yoda fought Tyrannus in Geonosis and offered Jack the choice to join the light, he decided that he would choose no side. During the Clone Wars, he was pursued by both Separatists and the Galactic Republic. Refusing to fight, the Sith clone befriended Yoda's Padawans on Hoth and helped them to build beautiful things. Later, he was recaptured by the Separatists who used him to make an army of Sith clones. When Dooku attacked the Jedi Temple, Jack awoke and used his Force powers to destroy Dooku's clones and drive the Sith away. Despite winning the affection of the Jedi, Jack 14 decided to leave and find a new home.
Hey, Grease, what's this thing?
I think this sounds like an RPG character. Like someone's like Star Wars tabletop RPG character.
Like a homebrew character.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea though. I think it's kind of an interesting concept. Because there's multiple times in Star Wars where people who are aware of cloning and who are aware of high midichlorian count fear the potential of what would happen if Kaminoans got their hands on Jedi DNA.
Wait, are we still doing midichlorians, or has that been retconned?
It has never been acknowledged after the prequels, and I think like maybe a couple of shows mention it every now and again, but it's never been like a hard thing. People basically try to pretend it doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's probably the move.
But one of the better Star Wars book series, in my opinion, the Republic Commando series, a Jedi and a clone have a son together, and they'd like desert the army. And they have an extreme fear of what would happen to their child, because their child is born, their child is Force sensitive, they know it's going to be. They both have a fear of what would happen if the Kaminoans got their hands on a Jedi clone, because the Kaminoans have already shown through the clones they have zero respect for non-Kaminoan life.
By the way, one of the things that I noticed recently watching the prequel trilogy again is that I'm pretty sure the Kaminoans are based on gray alien UFO lore. I'm like almost positive. I don't have anything to like back this up other than just the sheer amount of coincidences seem like way too much, and they also kind of just look like gray aliens.
G Suave, he is canon on he's canon and he's like new canon, a character Jack 14, but apparently he's not nearly as like big a deal. He's not like, he doesn't have the whole backstory. There's like not a lot known about him, but he does exist. Yeah, no, it's
Be careful here.
the midichlorians thing is weird. Also, sorry, Jacob, repeat yourself. I was reading chat and then checking something.
About what?
Whatever it was you said.
Oh, I was just talking about how I'm almost positive the Camino ones are based on gray alien UFO lore.
I'm sure.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because they look like gray aliens. They're like buildings and ships are like pure white on the inside, which is what people report about abductions. They're like seemingly psychopathic weirdos that are like obsessed with genetic engineering, which is one of the two narratives about gray aliens.
Yeah.
Because if you can go one of two ways with gray aliens. You can either make them villains, or you can make them good, which is actually kind of fun because that gives them actual like character development.
I think we weren't standing there.
And the bad version of them are weird psychos who are obsessed with genetic engineering.
And that's what the Camino ones definitely are. So, Braddock asked,
question.
Or sorry, what?
Hold on a minute. I need to. The stream might have gone down for
Hey
Twitch
guys,
reasons.
I have to go get my fingerprints done, so I'll talk to you later.
Your fingerprints. All right, good luck.
Bye, Emma.
Bye.
Okay, so I think if I remember correctly, I need to run around this way.
You need to go to your right side, not the left side.
Did I go left or right? I think I went the right way.
Let's get going.
Yeah, you go in the correct. Well, it's hard for me to tell you with the delay, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Is there no one in Star Wars lore who stole Jedi blood to get their midichlorian count higher and become Force sensitive? If there is, I don't know about them.
I think that's what the guy was trying to do in The Mandalorian, right? Not to get any crazy details.
No, that is what he was trying to do. He was trying to get access to Grogu's blood and find out what he could do with it. But that's the theory that a lot of people have, is that he was trying to...
They never really come out and say it. You kind of have to, like...
Well, because they trust the audience not to be stupid.
Yeah. Which is nice for once. I wonder if I can... Let's...
I can tell you where to go if you want to, like, blitz through Dathomir real quickly, but I need to go to your room to do it, because this delay shit's just not helping.
Yeah, if I'm, like, way off right now, just come in here and point it out.
You're not way off, but if you are way off, I'll let you know. Maybe don't walk on the acid.
Yeah.
You can block those. You can block those acid balls they spit at you. For the record,
I was forsaking my World of Warcraft training and forgot the ancient wisdom of don't stand in the fire.
Methane. They weren't trying to clone Grogu. They were. The Moff was trying to take Grogu's blood and implant it in himself. We're pretty sure.
Well, theoretically.
Theoretically, that's the thought.
I don't remember Braddock.
I was going to, yeah, Braddock. No, I was going to talk about the idea, because, like, Snake, going back to the holocron thing, Snake said holocrons were like a phylactery or a horcrux. Kind of, because if you die, then your consciousness did not transfer to your holocron. The holocron just existed with your personality implanted on it. Your consciousness wouldn't transfer over to it, but anyone who found your holocron had access to a version of you that would teach them everything you knew. And then Braddock said theoretically it's possible. I remember seeing someone storing info inside a lightsaber. So if you can store data there, you could store consciousness like the holocron's crystal. The thing is, I hate to be that guy to shut down a cool idea, but the rest of the holocron is what allows your personality to be implanted on the crystal. So all the other shit that the holocron is made out of is doing that work. So if you were to take a holocron's crystal and shove it into a lightsaber, then the lightsaber probably would have some vibe of the dude who was on it. But, like, there's no guarantee. There's a spider on your right when you jump up there, by the way.
Yeah.
but there's no guarantee that it would actually like it would stick, or like the implant would probably be weaker. But you could do like a really cool Masamune like demon implanted in a sword thing with that idea. If any of you run Star Wars tabletop games and you want to have like a unique item or something, like a cursed sword or whatever.
I just got reminded of this, but Love and Saucers is like a 10 out of 10 documentary.
Yes, it is. It's very good.
Highly recommend.
Wouldn't their technology be advanced enough to accelerate the growth of someone they cloned? I mean, the Django clones that made up the clone army were using an accelerated aging.
Yeah, they very specifically do that.
The Camino ones, yeah, did accelerate their aging. Also, the thing about the umbrella from Visions is that the umbrella is super simple to understand. It's literally just an emitter, like, that modifies the blade that you put into it. Like, it splits the blade's energy and emits it down a bunch of smaller emitters. Like, that's not... Like, I know it's technobabble, but I feel like that's not hard to understand.
Yeah, conceptually speaking.
Yeah, conceptually, like, you can grok that.
I mean, you usually can conceptually describe things pretty easily. Like, I'm not a fucking gunsmith. I can't tell you what all the little moving parts are, but I conceptually understand, like, you know, the firing pin hits the primer and makes bullet go.
Yeah. It's really weird. No one has gotten triggered by the title of your stream yet. I don't know why. I just kind of expected at least one person to be.
I would assume most of the people that are familiar with my content just sort of like are in on the joke.
The Republic basically had an army of lab-made adults. They absolutely did. The Republic Commando book series especially tackles the ethical dilemma of the Republic having a slave army and how fucked up that is.
Oh.
And how a lot of Jedi have like a really hard time coming to grips with it.
Help! BD-1!
No! Stim animation too slow. God, I need to take off this flannel. It's getting fucking hot in here.
Oh, it's not pretty much. It is literally a slave army. But yeah, I know what you mean. I also say pretty much when I mean like entirely. Desperate times ask for desperate measures? Nah, not really. I mean, I hope you're not trying to justify the clone army. I hate to sound like a fucking debate, bro, but I really hope you're not about to try and justify the clone army. Tim, what do you think about the Kashyyyk Wookiee slavery being disproven by the holiday special that is canon? Alternate timeline.
Dude, what?
It's actually, I'm going to be honest with you, G-Suave, it's been so fucking long since I saw the holiday special, I don't even remember what happens in
I'm
it.
pretty sure they've gone through great effort to bury that.
Yeah.
I mean, now we're in the age of the internet, so all things will be laid bare.
I know that might damage my reputation as like the local Star Wars guy, but like it's been so long since I watched that, I genuinely don't even remember what the fucking deal is.
I'm going to drop some of these settings down a little bit too so that we can hopefully get less drops while streaming.
I mean, honestly, you might as well just put them all on low. Like, the game still looks good. Like, I don't know why you're doing it. Like, it looks fine with everything on low, and it'll run better.
Right. I really need to get the other PC in here set up for streaming. Because I've got like a fucking space computer now. I just don't have it set up for... I gotta get like OBS configured on it and shit. And I gotta format it and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, no, Braddock, I'm not asking you trying to complain about the clones. I'm asking, are you justifying the creation of a slave army by just saying desperate times call for desperate measures? Because the desperate times were made up by the same guy who ordered the clone army. You know what I mean?
My brother in Christ, you made the times.
What would the Republic have done if they had won the Clone Wars? Like, would they have released the clones and made them actual people?
No.
I can't emphasize enough, guys. The entire Clone Wars was a false flag operation orchestrated by a Sith Lord to turn the Republic into the Empire.
Yeah, the Clone Wars is the burning of the Reichstag, dude.
The Republic was never going to win. There is no scenario where the Republic wins. The clones transition from being clone troopers into stormtroopers, which is literally what that was by design for it to happen. Bro, I don't know if I could buy into this conspiracy shit.
Oh, that's an awesome fucking reply to that.
Oh, it's so good.
Oh, here we go.
The Republic did win. The creation of the Empire is Republic victory. Actually, it's a good point. It's a very excellent point.
Yes.
The Republic did win that war. And then it turned into the Empire. Unfortunately, Jacob, you need to go through all those spiders. Although, if you get through them all, you can activate that shortcut right there.
Yeah, way ahead of you, buddy.
Walk through there.
Yeah, I for some reason my like soul is remembering this, even though I played this like fucking 6 months ago.
Strange. This place seems abandoned. But
Did you play it one time when I wasn't watching you? Because I'm pretty fucking sure.
No, I played it. You guys were watching.
Because that was like a year ago.
You're probably
That wasn't
right.
6 months.
I feel like I was doing it during the winter.
I had heard you were all dead.
Oh, it's everyone's goth girlfriend. It's the goth girlfriend. We love her. We love Marin in
I'm
this
afraid
house.
I can't do that, but perhaps we could help each other. You see, Easy. I'm not your enemy.
Your actions say otherwise.
Wait.
The shadows are very fucked now, but I'm pretty sure it's because they're set to medium.
Yeah. Also, it really didn't make that much of a difference performance-wise, so I could probably just turn that back up if I wanted to.
You don't have real power.
Get up close.
Jedi coward.
Shit. It's gonna take me a minute to get these guys' fucking patterns down.
Well, now you've got the shortcut,
Yeah.
and that's all that matters. You don't have to go through all the spiders again. Yeah, guys, the Jedi twink has a goth girlfriend. What's up? I don't know what to tell you. Be a cute twink, you'll get a goth girlfriend.
Yeah, it's pretty reliable. Also, another way to get a goth girlfriend is just sort of like be sort of a grimy guy who smokes weed and wears beanies. Very, very quick and easy cheat code to getting a goth girlfriend.
Snake in my yard. Do the Night Sisters use actual magic, or is it just another application of the Force? My
Same
brother
thing.
my brother in Christ. What if I told you the Force was magic?
Yeah.
The answer to your question, though, is yes. They are using the Force. It is an application of the Force. They understand it as sorcery, so they do it as sorcery.
Is that shortcut up there? No, I think it's around over here.
It is... You're going to climb... No. Ugh, fucking, I hate the delay so much. Yeah, climb the wall to get up there like you did, and then it'll be directly in front of you and slightly to your left.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Yeah, the Force is very loose with what it can do.
Will these spiders aggro all the way up into this building?
They should not. I don't think they do. Does Night Sister sorcery come from the dark side? I think in most Star Wars deep lore, anything that isn't just normal Jedi shit is kind of implied to be at least slightly like mixed dark side. With the way Marin does it, the way the Night Sisters do it specifically, yeah, sorcery is dark side shit. Because it's usually done out of like throughout. It's like a channeled application of emotion. It's just straight up witchcraft. It's just channeled emotion and intent.
Yeah, y'all need to really brush up on your ritual magic knowledge.
Like, it is actually just straight up like a pop cultural understanding of ritual magic.
Get your notebooks out, put on your reading glasses, watch Hellier, because that documentary feels like homework for a reason.
I know the Force is magic. I just didn't know if it was like a different belief in it that allows the Force to do different things, or if it's an entirely different system. I mean, they're channeling the Force. It's all a point of view, my guy. I'm gonna say the line. It's a point of view.
Dude, I swear to God, these performance drops are getting worse. This is starting to feel like a memory leak, if I'm being honest.
What does that mean?
A memory leak is when there is something going on in the background that is basically adding a little bit of computing power over time and never resetting. So it'll just keep going the longer the software runs, and eventually it gets to the point where it like heavily affects performance. Because like that freeze right there is nuts.
Think you could match me?
Give me a second. Let me Google.
I'll get you. Don't lose sight.
The Empire are good guys from a certain point of view. Yeah, from a fascist point of view.
Cannot hide your weakness. Get up close.
Yeah, this fucking performance is awful.
He's hurt.
From what I'm reading,
yeah.
From what I'm reading, there's a relatively consistent bug in Fallen Order where every time you open the menu, it memory leak occurs because of VRAM usage.
Interesting. I also very explicitly remember when I was playing this on PS4 that Dathomir had the worst performance. So, probably not a coincidence.
Dathomir does have the worst performance from my memory, but yeah, this might have something to do with the...
Because you remember how bad the pop-in was on PS4? Where, like, there was that one spot where those guys would just, like, materialize? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna fucking drop the settings.
Well, if it's a memory leak, could you fix that by turning the game off and on?
Yeah, I could. Let's try that real fast.
Well, do your visuals first.
Okay, yeah.
Do your visuals first, and
By the
then
way,
reset the game.
Can we just take a minute for me to be really smug about the fact that I said this feels like a memory leak, and I was absolutely correct? Can I get a little bit of fucking gamer cred for that, maybe? Oh, medium is the lowest.
Oh, fuck off, for real?
Yeah.
Well, check the other settings. Maybe it's just a view distance thing.
Good point. Yeah,
I mean, that depends. People born among Jedi or Sith don't have much of a choice. There are no people born among Jedi or Sith.
Okay, let's quit out real fast.
There might be people born among Sith, but the only time there's people born among Jedi is in Luke's new Jedi Fallen or new Jedi Order, where marriage and birth having is okay. But in like the classic Jedi Order that people think of, like there's no baby having.
All of the Elden Ring bosses in alphabetical order.
Are there any Sith that have fallen in love and have had families and lore? Revan.
By the way, making me install EA Origin to play this game should be punishable by some sort of legal penalty. I should be able to like get compensation from EA for them making me put that on my fucking hard drive.
Hold on. I'm trying to see if I'm finding a video that said that might be a fix for your problem.
Oh, the memory leak thing.
Yeah.
All right, let me know. I love how this game opens up in the background first and won't let me tab into it. That's very cool. Does Game Pass require installing EA Client? I don't know. I hate Game Pass and don't use it and will never use it. So you're asking the wrong guy.
I'm gonna deafen and disappear for a little bit while I watch this video. I'm gonna see if I can figure some shit out that'll help you out here.
Okay. Yeah, already I'm noticing a pretty sharp improvement.
Well, good thing we weren't standing there. What is that thing? Not that being friendly.
Incredibly annoyed that there's a 6-minute video and the guy just says, check to make sure your drivers are up to date. Fuck
Shut
off.
the fuck up.
God damn it, guy.
Oh no, did we not save the shortcut? That's fine, I know where it is.
It should have saved it.
Yeah, weird that it didn't.
Oh no, you didn't hit a meditation point.
I guess
after
not.
you found it. So what you need to do is when you do that shortcut again, go back to the ship and then there's a meditation point in the ship's engine room. So do that.
Yeah, I was expecting... I mean... You'd think an autosave when a shortcut unlocks would be a pretty straightforward design idea. Because, like, the Souls games autosave literally every time anything happens. They're, like, autosaving every fucking 5 seconds. Okay, am I the only one who never fucking paid attention to dislikes? Like, I can figure out if a video is good or bad pretty quickly without having to look at, like, the dislike bar. I don't know why everybody was so, like, immediately obsessed with that. Like, were people just using the dislike bar as a judgment this entire time? And I was, like, unaware of it. Because everybody was like, no, now there's no way to quickly ascertain the quality of a video. It's like, dude, I never used public opinion to ascertain the quality of any video anyway.
I'm gonna step away, bio break, and then I'm probably gonna run in your room for a quick, for just a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of useful tech support videos are like a video of a notepad with words being typed into it over like Russian hacker music. Have I watched Wendigoon? I don't know what the fuck that is, so no. I think you asked me about that once before, but I don't remember. Oh, doing what kind of conspiracy stuff? What is like his latest 3 uploads? Okay, let's actually get through this here. ARG stuff, I don't care. Never been a very... I just don't like... I'm not like the type of conspiracy guy who's into like narratives presented as fictional, if that makes sense. Like, Obviously, most conspiracy narratives, sort of by their definition, are fictional.
Help me!
If any of that makes sense.
So now that you've got it, you want to go back to the ship.
Right.
So that way you
See you, nerds. I've got to climb up over here to loop back around, right?
No, you can go back.
Oh, can you?
Yeah, just jump.
Oh, I see. Nice.
I just wanted to see how it was performing here because it looks a lot worse on this stream. You're getting the stutters, but the actual like second-to-second gameplay.
Yeah.
Looks worse on this stream.
I did the opposite of what I did last time.
But yeah, if you go to the back of the ship near the engine room, there's a meditation circle.
He did a video on MLK's assassination. I knew that one was sus, but I didn't know. Oh yeah, no. This is it. Well, the CIA had a hand in it, but so there was actually a court case, which I'm sure he probably talked about. And I believe the court case determined that Martin Luther King was shot by an army sniper in cooperation with the FBI and local police, if I'm remembering how that court case shook out. But I want to go fast. Get me out of this goddamn shit.
Cal goes at a gentle speed inside the ship.
Yeah, Munchausen by proxy is... The cases of that are insane. It's like some of the wildest shit. Basically anything that happened during the Cold War that was like a historic moment, the CIA had fingers in that pie. That was when they were at like the height of their power.
Yakimir is pretty much pretty consistent with the worst performing planet in like the whole series.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's like the biggest.
I mean, I've got... The reset definitely helped. So...
On the bright side, now we know we can just reset
yeah.
if we need to.
Looks like the Zepho were here.
I guess just try to avoid the pause menu.
Strange.
Braddock, are you not from the United States? Just out of curiosity. No, you've got to be from here, because if you weren't, then you'd know.
Must be a Night Sister.
Oh, you actually aren't. Okay.
Not all. Dathomir is
Yeah,
forbidden
dude.
to you.
The CIA got up to
I'm
some
afraid I
shenanigans in
can't
the
do that,
60s,
but
to put it
perhaps
lightly.
we could help each other. You see, Easy. I'm not your enemy.
Your actions say otherwise.
Wait, hold on. I'm not here to...
MK Ultra is probably the wildest example of the CIA doing shenanigans that we have, like, actual evidence of. That shit gets pretty nuts.
Brothers, aid me.
A shithole called Brazil. We have so many Brazilians. Dude,
Yeah,
we need to learn. We need to learn Portuguese. We got a lot of Portuguese people in this server, dog, or Portuguese adjacent.
Follow it closely.
When those guys do the big heavy overhand, you can usually get a quick light in,
I need help.
and then dodge roll out.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be careful because there's two of them.
Yeah. Nice job not falling for the bait there.
Stop moving. I won't let you escape.
Get that shit out of here.
Also, don't be afraid to use your slowdown power to slow one guy down so you could fight another for a little bit. Although if you you hit someone who was slowed down, for the record, if you hit someone who's slowed down, they are no longer slowed down.
Right. God damn it. Cal, come on. I know you can jump farther than that.
You jumped so early. Oh, we love seeing meditation points.
Yeah, and also skill tree points. That's good too. All right, what do we got here? Superior blocking. I don't really block that often. Dash strike. Is that the one? Oh, holding Y. Okay. I want maximum force to be increased for sure, especially since the overhead swing takes force, and it's very useful.
Any lightsaber attack that's not the basic light heavy like attack options is going to end up using force. So
evasive kick.
I don't remember if mana in this game refills partially outside of combat. To the best of my memory, Methane, it does not. You only regain force by damaging enemies or parrying attacks.
I think this one is
or meditating.
Oh wait, I have 0 skill points. For a second I thought I had 2 for some reason.
If you there is actually an option, I think, down the survival tree. It's either the survival tree or the force tree, where anytime you hit yourself with a stim, it doesn't just refill your health, it also restores your fucking force.
Oh, no, you came from the corner. I was like, are we gonna get the pop in again?
Good night, brothers.
Oh, that guy kind of rubber banded over. You know what? We were talking about this game running like shit on a PS4. I'm not sure if the PC is saving it.
I mean, I think it only runs well on my PC because my PC is like.
Yeah, you're probably brute forcing through it. If I was playing on the new one that I just bought, I would probably also be brute forcing through it. See, this is one of the problems. This has happened within the last couple of years with Western developers. So PC parts have gotten so powerful that it's really easy for like strong gaming computers to brute force through shitty optimization. So a lot of Western developers have just stopped optimizing stuff, which is not good. Like the best way to test this is, so play a game like this that's made by Western devs, and then play a game like the Resident Evil 2 remake or Elden Ring that was made by Eastern devs, or even Monster Hunter World. Those games look insane, and all 3 of them run flawlessly on my relatively old hardware, which should be the goal. But
yeah,
for whatever reason, I mean, probably because it's an expensive process, culturally the West has less creative integrity, so they don't spend the time to like really get their products dialed in.
I think it also has a lot to do with the fact that PC gaming is bigger in the West. In the East, it's all consoles and handhelds.
Yeah, so they can't count on the hardware being able to do brute force.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true too. I've never played a Yakuza game, so I wouldn't be able to tell you how well they run.
Yeah, neither would I. Sorry.
I do hear good things, though. Can I bait these guys, or can I get one at a time?
That guy will usually follow you, the dude with the mace. He'll follow you, and you can go back and to the right and out of line of sight of the archer. There's 2 archers up there, though. So when you go attack that first archer, there's going to be a second archer on the walkway above you. Or, sorry, behind you. Or it'll be behind you when you're fighting him. So you will need to... When you're fighting the first archer and killing him, you'll need to worry about the second one shooting at you. Their normal blaster bolt attacks can be deflected, though.
Help! Stim!
Fuck.
The Jedi!
You did. Good job.
When you're fighting the mace guys, when you do a full combo, they will pretty much always immediately counterattack. You usually dodge those. When you fought those 2 dudes in the room, you were dodging those every time, but it's a very reliable parry.
I'm pretty sure Star Wars just has some blasters that are bow-shaped for no particular reason other than it's cool.
I think it's meant to be. I think the idea is that it's more ammo efficient because it uses the motion generated by pulling back the bolt.
As a confirmed good archer, I appreciate it.
Yeah. But no, the idea is that if you have like a blaster bow, you basically like blasters are already really good as far as logistics go, but if you have a blaster bow, you don't even have to worry as much about logistics. Yeah, that combo he just did on you, that's like a guaranteed parry if you get the window down.
Dathomir thirsts for your blood.
Oh shit. The real boss is the camera.
Oh, yeah, no, I just saw that. The delay had me back a bit. Tim, do you watch the Templin Institute? Yeah, I've seen some of their stuff. It's not bad.
In my life.
They're a YouTube channel that does a bunch of the framing is that they're like a multiversal library that covers sci-fi settings.
Oh, that's sort of like are they one of those YouTube channels that's kind of doing a bit?
Well, yeah, but yeah. I mean, they're like a lore channel. They talk about lore of sci-fi settings that they like. And in order to kind of just elevate it a little bit, and it is a bit of a bit, they're like all librarians of like a multiversal library.
I have always had a dislike for YouTube channels that do characters. I don't know why.
Well, they don't like do it as like a. It's really hard for me to describe because they don't do it as like a full-on bit. It's just kind of the vibe you get. It's like the most bare bones framing device of all time.
Shit.
They're not bad. A lot of their videos are pretty normal. Yeah, they don't do any like full-on nostalgia.
I'm not talking about
shit.
nostalgia critic bullshit. I'm talking about like. I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, he is kind of as cringy as nostalgia critic. But are you guys familiar with Fuck. Who's that guy? The channel name has the word nerd in it. What the fuck is that guy's name? He does all the characters.
I'm sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Somebody in chat will know who I'm talking about. He's a huge YouTuber. He's turned into a crypto freak recently.
Oh no.
Yeah, very unfortunate.
Nerdrotic?
No, not AVGN, not nerdrotic. Listen, my fucking generation created AVGN, dude. I would never forget that. Damn, you blocked that.
Well, the thing about it, when he blocks that overhead, he's got basically no fucking stamina left, so you can like hammer through and like reset it and get a couple punishes in.
God, that was so early, Jacob. Come get it together. Get it together. Okay.
Hurry! Stop his recovery!
No.
Now, if you deflect one of that guy's bolts back because he's got your XP and shit, it'll immediately like give you back. It'll heal. Anytime you get your XP back, it fully restores your life and your force. So it's usually a pretty good idea to intentionally, like maybe not open up a fight by getting that shit back if you know the patterns and don't need to look out for the red flashes.
So.
Scanning again?
Oh, the archers are a different enemy, so I can scan them.
What'd you find?
If you like punishing enemies with stamina mechanics and play Neo, I do like punishing enemies with stamina. Like Force, Jedi Fallen Order, Sekiro both have really excellent like structure mechanics, and I like it a lot.
They almost got me with the old guy around the corner trick. Holy shit, it's windy and shitty outside.
Yeah.
What about this nerd guy? He does characters, and I don't like it. That was where I was going with that, but it kind of the wind got taken out of my sails because I couldn't remember the name. Hello.
I do like that you know that next Night Brother's there because he's talking shit.
Nerd City, that's the name. It came to me. It came to me from the void.
You're getting pretty close to the spot. You're gonna get there pretty soon.
Yeah, I remember this part being the last part.
Yeah. Well, that door, when you go up those steps after the meditation point, the door is like a shortcut point. So, like, basically, as soon as you unlock that shortcut point, I think is where it is. It's, like, really close.
Because Dathomir also is, like, a mid-game planet, right?
It's a late-game planet. It's supposed to be one of the last ones you go to.
These fucking enemies and stuff are going to be a little bit rough.
Expo, yeah. If you rush Dathomir, you get to... You'll find a, You'll find a mechanics, like, desk. Like you're gonna upgrade BD1 with an upgrade, and instead of upgrading BD1, it's you have a double. You get the other half of your lightsaber. So, if you're ever doing a run of Jedi Fallen Order and you have the confidence to tackle the first, like the prologue of Dathomir, basically, then you can basically get a double-bladed lightsaber like way earlier than the game intends for you to get it. Which, anytime I play through this game now, I always rush the double blade.
Yeah, it's not difficult to do.
It's not hard to do, in my opinion, and it's also very worth it. Because the double blade gives you a shit ton of utility, especially when you go down to the next planet that you're actually supposed to go to after Bogano. Zepho, the Zepho planet. I wish the dual-wield lightsaber was also an entire moveset instead of... It is an entire moveset. What are you talking about? You can go through this entire game with just the double-bladed lightsaber if you want to, once you unlock it. It has a full moveset like the single blade does.
Yeah, the way that they have it set up, though, I think the single blade is mechanically designed to be better for one-on-one fights.
It is.
And then you're supposed to switch to the double-bladed one for fighting multiple enemies or for deflecting projectiles.
Oh yeah, you do mean the dual wield. Sorry about that. Yeah, when you split the saber into dual wield, that is for just 2 attacks only. That's my bad, guys. I misread. But yeah, no, Jacob, you're correct. The you're supposed to use the dual blade for one-on-ones, and then the double is really good for fighting groups or very specific individual enemies. There are certain enemies where the double blade is just better, which I think is actually kind of neat.
Yeah, well, if you're gonna do, you can't just like make one just hard better than the other one. You know what I mean? Holy shit,
Yeah.
This freeze is so long. Get me out of here, dude. Help me.
Dude, I hope you're mashing the dodge button. I would be.
Help me.
We gotta get this double blade so you can do a reset.
Yeah, so I can get the fuck out of here. Oh shit. That's a power attack.
I'm pretty sure part of the poor optimization in this game has to do with the fact that the entire level is like there all at the same time.
Oh, they're not doing culling correctly?
I don't think they do culling correctly.
Methane Winter, game engine is not as important as you think it is. If you know what you're doing, you can make a smooth game with almost any engine. If you're using, like... A lot of the time, engines are designed for specific games, so, like... So a lot of the time, like, if you're doing a first-person shooter, there are engines that are, like, designed to make developing a first-person shooter good.
I think they just rushed this game for Christmas. They did. It's not very well optimized at all.
I wonder...
It's my favorite Souls, but it's not optimized very well, even a little bit.
I wonder if I can...
Honestly, now that you've got that first meditation point, if I were you, I would just reset now for this memory leak problem and just power through it.
Yeah, I could probably do that. I'm gonna try to run through this once, and then after that, I'll do a reset.
Oh, like not even fight, just
Yeah.
bull rush it. Do the classic Dark Souls thing where you just ignore enemies.
Yeah.
I don't think this game does that as well as other Souls games, but it could work.
I mean, I ran past like the spiders and shit pretty easily. The bow guys might be a little bit of a problem, but we'll figure it out.
Learn to use the audio to differentiate when a normal blaster bolt's coming at you or a powered up one, and then like do the deflection timing if they like shoot at you as you're running away.
Insanely long.
I think that's because of the memory leak. It's not that long normally. Like when you first did the reset, it wasn't this long. I think that's also a problem with the memory leak. So the memory leak has to do with anytime the menu is opened. I wonder if it counts anytime you die and see the death screen as the menu.
It kind of seems like it does, because it gets worse over time.
Interloper!
See ya.
Stop moving!
Is the sequel for this game 100% confirmed yet? I hope they have more time to polish and finish the next game. I hope they do too. It's confirmed that we're getting a trailer for it, but I don't think that they've like shown the trailer yet. I think it's going to be at the like May it's going to be at the next big Star Wars event. You wall run,
and then
you wall run off that yellow wall, and then you jump onto the fucking branch. I would want to have two lightsabers you fight with telekinetically. What the fuck are you, Kreia?
This is a nightmare. I'm in a nightmare right now. Jesus fucking Christ.
I'm pretty sure
I originally wanted to play through this game on stream, but I don't think I'm going to be able to do it until I get the good PC set up, just to get through how terribly this shit runs.
Well, do the reset.
Yeah, I'll do the reset and try to get through Dathomir.
If you want, we can see if my memory is still, my like muscle memory still works.
Well, the problem is not my playing. The problem is trying to play a game that's alternating between 20 FPS and 2 FPS.
No, yeah, you are definitely being screwed by the optimization. Yeah, no, guys, it is confirmed that they're working on this, that they're doing a Force Unleashed 2. It was announced that we're going to be getting a Force Unleashed 2, or not Force Unleashed, sorry. We're getting a Fallen Order 2 trailer. Like, I remember that news going around, that there will be a Fallen Order 2 trailer at the next big, like, Star Wars event. I just don't remember when that next big Star Wars event is.
Yeah, do they do like the Nintendo Direct for Star Wars? I'm sure they do that.
Yeah, I think they do. It's like a May the 4th thing, I think.
I could play Elden Ring, but I'm at Melania, so that'd be rough.
Hopefully they don't kill Cal off in the sequel.
That seems like a virtual impossibility.
Yeah,
I don't know if you're familiar with how the Star Wars franchise works, but they don't exactly like to let go of characters.
Yeah. Maul got cut in half, and then they put him in 2 TV shows, and he was one of the best characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the shows did an excellent job with Maul. I wasn't being sarcastic when I said, he was one of the best characters in both of his shows. He really was great in Clone Wars, and he was even better in Rebels. And I don't even like Rebels that much.
Yeah, EA does suck. We just need to get rid... Like, there's no fucking reason to have publishers anymore. Like, you don't need...
Yeah.
You don't fucking need publishers to release shit anymore. Like, self-publishing is so easy.
We need to chill Kirby stream to salvage this dumpster fire.
Dude, I wish. If I had a console streaming setup.
Guys, I genuinely can't emphasize enough how upsetting it is to me how poorly optimized this game is, because I love this game and I play it I replay it all the time and I talk about it all the time and I love this game. It's an incredible game.
Yeah, I mean, when it's running, it's a good game.
And like what's happening here in this stream is like having a kid and like they try really hard to play basketball and you're super proud of them, but then they go out in the court and they just suck. They like trip and fall and the ball hits them in the face and like this is painful for me. I'm having a hard time.
Ow.
Did anyone see that they rebalanced Radon after unintentionally nerfing him? Yeah.
Oh, how did they unintentionally nerf him? I had the Radon nerf was very suspicious. I had a feeling that was either for like a strange reason or it was unintentional, because it's FromSoft nerfing a boss is absolutely unprecedented. Like, they've never done that before as far as I know.
I don't actually know what the balance was, although I did hear that they...
he did less damage and they did something else.
I think they reduced the tracking on like a lot of his attacks.
Yeah, something along those lines.
Because I remember when someone was talking about fighting him before the nerf, they were like, yeah, dude, his arrows like curved and hit me. Which, like, I didn't think that was something specific with Radon. I just thought that was the whole game.
No, it's
like
it's only arrows that are like some kind of spell shot that do that.
Like, I just feel like the arrows in Elden Ring are like uncannily accurate, like all the time when they're being shot at me.
Elden Ring definitely has the most accurate archers, but I checked, and normal projectiles don't curve like that.
Oh, did you get that video I sent you last night about jumping?
Yes, but I didn't watch it. Does he do it? Does he analyze, or does he like analyze the claim that jumping has more iframes?
Yeah, and it's not true, but it's not a downgrade. It's more of a side grade.
Yeah, well, if an attack hangs low, you can jump it a lot of the time.
Yeah, well, because the way it works is that the hitbox on your legs and your lower torso becomes untouchable. Like, attacks will go through it. So you can jump above.
Yeah. Right.
You can jump above attacks that sweep. But but it doesn't give you iframes, so something smashing down will still fuck you up. And also...
Snake on my art just posted the details. They unintentionally lowered the power of some of Radon's attacks. That's funny.
But the jumping makes your legs and your lower torso untouchable to enemy attacks, but your upper torso and your arms are still hittable. Which is why sometimes you'll jump over a sweep and you'll still get hit. It's not hitting your legs and damaging you, it's actually hitting your hands. Which is why if you're going to use jump as an evasion technique, you want to be dual wielding something, or not, you want to be two-handing something. Because when you two-hand something, your standard animation has your arms and your hands sit idling up higher. So they're less likely to get hit.
Would explain why the dual-wielding twin-blade jump attack is so good in PvP.
Rage quit once starring Ornstein and Smo and stopped playing for like a month. I mean, Ornstein and Smo is...
What the fuck? Like, that went through a wall? Somebody's calling me and I don't recognize this number, so they can fuck off.
That did look like it went through a wall, didn't it? That might have been a perspective thing, but it did look like it.
Ornstein Smo is rough. You got to be real patient for that fight. That's probably the hardest fight in Dark Souls 1.
Braddock was also apparently playing the entire game with a but only able to move the camera with a number pad.
That's insane.
Dancing around.
Next time he goes for the big overhead swing, you should hit him with the slow. Oh, you already hit him with the slow.
I need help. Don't shoot recklessly.
I will stop.
You can still run up and just hit those guys. You don't have to wait for them to.
Yeah, I know. Is he coming around?
No, it's just overhanging. Oh, right, delay. He is coming around.
I tried playing Dark Souls 1 on a mouse and keyboard for a very short period of time for a reason that I can't remember. I think the gamepad that I had broke.
Interloper! I hit him! Come back here!
Get the fuck out of here.
I knew I could win.
I should have slowed that guy. I had enough force. Scomp Link. I guess a little bit. Yeah, you can respec a lot in Elden Ring, so there's no real reason to not do it. The game gives you like 20 of those larval tiers.
You should start a stream build in Elden Ring, like another save file.
Yeah, I'll do it eventually. I don't want to get. I'm already like semi burnt out on Elden Ring because my first playthrough has gone well over 100 hours. So I don't know if I want to commit to doing it on stream yet.
Oh, you can finally start playing Monster Hunter. We can play together.
I gotta be real fucking careful with Monster Hunter, dude. That could very quickly become a fucking time sink that I can't escape.
Yeah, Braddock, I feel that a lot. I don't get tilted over a lot of things, but one of the things that will absolutely make me lose my shit no matter where I am or who I'm with is when technology just doesn't work. That makes me, like tilts me quicker than anything else possibly could. What is Rain World?
Rain World is a roguelike where you play as a slug cat, as far as I know.
Is an Elden Ring a time sink?
Yeah.
Someone asked. Yeah, that's like the whole...
It's almost like I have to manage how many time sinks I have going on at any given point in order to get anything fucking done at all. Oh, it's an open world.
Still hoping for Sekiro DLC, to be honest. Well, dog, you best hope for a long-ass time.
I don't know why I'm not dodging it. I just need to commit to a roll. What did somebody... Yeah, Sekiro DLC is not going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you thought.
You're probably going to get... We're probably going to get some sort of Sekiro, like, spiritual successor. I doubt we're going to get a direct sequel.
Well, there's no point to having a direct sequel. The story was done.
Yeah, exactly.
The FromSoft is actually usually pretty good about
just ending shit when it needs to end.
Yeah.
They drug out the Dark Souls trilogy a little bit longer than they should have, but that's because they had to like salvage it after 2.
Well, also like any between 1 and 2 and from between 2 and 3 are like massive time skips. that like barely so the stories like barely connect. They do connect, but like
yeah, they're different
not,
cycles of the flame.
Yeah, but they're not like direct sequels by any stretch.
These fucking slowdowns on attack animations are making parrying basically impossible.
Yeah, I think this was a good attempt, but I'm not sure you should do this one on stream until
you
get the new PC
set up. Yeah. I really want to do a Monster Sanctuary playthrough on stream, but I'm waiting for the fucking DLC to come out.
Did you guys play Monster Hunter Rise? I'm hesitant to get it, as it seems they mess with the hunting horn too much, and it seems way too easy. I have, at the moment that I'm speaking to you right now, 90 hours in Monster Hunter Rise, and I'm literally playing it as we talk. Monster Hunter Rise is not too easy. You're just better at Monster Hunter games than you were when you were fucking 5 years old.
Yeah, that happens.
Like, I think it's easy also, but that's also because I've been playing Monster Hunter games for a very long time, and I'm better at them than I used to be. But it's a very excellent title. It's probably my favorite Monster Hunter. I'm very much looking forward to Sunbreak, where they introduce master rank content.
How are those not? What the fuck? I'd like a doctor to explain that one to me.
I'm about to enter Kushala Daora hunt, which means that I'm probably going to start looking at the stream an awful lot less.
Oh, they brought back Kushala Daora.
Yeah,
Kushala was a pretty fun fight.
Well, I'm at the point in Rise where we're fighting. I'm just fighting Elder Dragons now.
I just dropped that guy. Holy shit.
I'm at Rise's endgame because Rise doesn't have an endgame at the moment. Like, it's gonna get an endgame when Sunbreak comes out.
Made a mistake, Jedi.
Yeah, Gsov is. I think Rise is a little low in the amount of content. I agree. Rise is kind of low in the amount of content that it has. I think that will change when Sunbreak comes out.
It's almost like Monster Hunter games always drip feed their content to keep them relevant over a long period of time, and the game only came out recently.
Yeah. Because Rise is only like a year and a half old or something like that. Rise is not a very old Monster Hunter title.
Dude, they do a lot of corner guys in this game, I tell you what.
Well, they do a lot of corner guys in Dathomir.
Yeah.
Dathomir, I'm pretty sure, is meant to feel like the most fucked up Souls-like dungeon of all the planets in this game.
Likely.
When does Sunbreak hit? Sunbreak's coming out soon. Let me double check.
Hey now.
Sunbreak comes out June 19th of this year. For both PC and console.
Okay, so we got two...
Generations Ultimate is always going to be basically the ultimate Monster Hunter game in a lot of people's minds. Anyone who compares a Monster Hunter title to Generations Ultimate is just kind of setting themselves up for disappointment. Generations Ultimate is massive. It has a shit ton of content. It's been out for ages. Like, Generations Ultimate is one of the greatest Monster Hunter games that's ever existed.
Yeah, whatever the Gen 5... Are we in Gen 5 or 6 right now for Monster Hunter?
We're in 5 right now.
Whatever the Gen 5 Ultimate game is going to be unfucking believable.
Yeah.
Guys, come on.
The wire bugs in Rise's mobility is insane. Rise has this thing where, like, you can Spider-Man swing a bunch with the wire bugs, but also if you can see something, like a wall, or like a building, or a cliff or something, if you can see something, you can ninja run on it. The mobility in Rise maps is absolutely bananas. It's the craziest it's ever been.
Okay. As long as nothing
it's insane.
Gets my ass.
I think you're gonna hit a meditation point soon.
God, I hope so.
I think.
What the fuck? Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
Sonic 2. I'm ready. I've never watched the first one because, like, Like, obviously, why the fuck would I watch that in a theater? Number one.
My boy really does have 1 HP in a dream right now.
Dude, just give me the meditation point. Well, the performance problem seems to have mostly fixed itself.
I think you're about to hit the shortcut point, actually.
I keep wanting to fucking crouch for stealth, like in Elden Ring. Well, there's a meditation point right there, but is that the one that I was just on? Yes.
Yes, it is.
So the shortcut's got to be right here somewhere.
No, don't jump down. Hold on.
I wasn't going to jump down. I'm just
this delay's killing me. You want to jump down in that area? Yeah, that one.
This one?
Yeah, there's guys down there, though. I mean, there's no point. Yeah, you want to jump down inside the building you're walking on. God damn it! I hate this delay!
Well, I already killed everybody over here, so it doesn't really matter.
Ugh. I'm trying to tell you what to do, and I just fucking can't. God, this shit kills me.
Go this way. I don't know if I'm gonna fucking survive that room I'm gonna jump into, though. Shit.
You probably won't, but it's worth trying.
Maybe if I can get to the door, I might be able to pull it off. God damn it.
Stream in Discord so I don't... Oh, so I don't have the delay? That's not the worst idea.
Yeah, but streaming it to 2 different platforms will definitely require the better setup. Which I will get set up within the next couple of days, because I'm going to be not pivoting to streaming, but I'm going to be doing streaming a little bit more often. I need to get like donations set up and probably get a decent camera that I can use and all that shit. Okay, so
I prefer
the door
G-Swab
is right there.
I prefer Wirebug to the hook to World's like hook shit. I think that the Wirebug, because Wirebug also enhances some of your moves in the way that the claw hook did in World, but I just prefer the Wirebugs.
God, that was a one shot because I was worried. No, the spider. The thing that I hated about
if they changed World's hooks to let you grab anything, then you would just have the Wirebugs. Why are you trying to overcomplicate it?
So the problem that I had with World's the problem that I had with World's hook system is that once they introduced an Iceborne, that mechanic where you could like hook stuff and weaken body parts, they started balancing monsters around it, and that was annoying. Because that's sort of like one of the best things about Monster Hunter is that you're not shoehorned into a playstyle, and like every strategy that has the end goal of the monster being dead is a viable strategy. But in World, you sort of felt like you were shoehorned in to having to use the weakening thing, and that sucked.
I definitely agree with this. The weakening mechanic of the hook, it was just bad. The Wirebug moves are a lot better because they're just ultimates, basically. They're like really brief superpower moves with a limited gauge, but because the gauge is your Wirebugs, and you also use those for mobility, you're making a choice as a hunter between either having access to your super move in the middle of a fight or having access to your enhanced mobility in the middle of a fight. And that introduces a level of depth and strategy that the like grapple hook and like little hand cannon or whatever in World just doesn't give you. Like I know, guys, you like World, you want to try and include the thing from World into the next game, but I'm telling you, the Wirebugs are just better. Oh, the GU style thing also gets added to the Wirebugs because you can choose between 2 different super moves for like basically each weapon type. Like, I don't know how to tell you this without coming off as a dick, but like, the Wirebugs are just better. If you don't think that, then the only thing I can come to, the only conclusion I can come to, is that you just haven't played the game yet.
Off to a good start here.
Try harder, weakling.
The only style I didn't like is the style that, like...
Did not expect that guy to fucking automatically turn around and get a parry, I tell you what. I didn't expect the fucking 0 frame turnaround.
You fucked your shit up. I don't remember the name of the style, but there's one style that basically turns you into like a feline. I don't remember what it's called, and I don't like that style. I guess that style was kind of lame, but the other styles are fine. But I like, if you were to tell me, hey Tim, you can play all Monster Hunters from now on, and you only get a single like auxiliary mechanic, like you can use styles, or you can use the hook, or you can use the wire bugs, like which ones would it be? I would pick the wire bugs 100% of the time. You would have to literally kill me to get me to pick something other than the wire bugs. They're that good.
Stop deflecting it.
Have you guys seen the Halo show? I cannot care about the Halo show.
Okay, I'm 1000% not going to watch the Halo show.
I'm not much of a gatekeeping guy. I don't really believe in gatekeeping. I think gatekeeping is lame. When it comes to the Halo show, that's one of the few times that I will be really gatekeepy. Like, it doesn't need to... The fact that the Halo show is made for non-Halo fans is bad. Like, it sucks. Because think of it this way. If you got into...
The problem isn't that it's not for Halo fans. The problem is that it's not for Halo fans, and they're also not doing anything for the Halo fans. Which doesn't make any... Because you can do both at the same time. Like, Arcane is the perfect example. Arcane is, like, nuts if you're a League of Legends fan, but if you're not a League of Legends fan, it's also nuts.
Yeah, it's still an excellent show.
Yeah.
But, like... The thing about the Halo show is someone on Twitter was like, man, this Halo show has got me kind of interested in the games. And the only thing that came to my mind when I read that was, man, imagine how cool it would be if there was a Halo show that got people interested in the games that actually took place in the same setting as the games. Like, imagine how cool that would be. Do not stand over that corpse after you kill it.
I didn't.
There you go.
Okay.
Great news.
Right.
What was in there?
But like, with the Halo show, they're just making, from like a design perspective, I just feel like they're making like every mistake they can make.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. I really don't know what they were thinking.
What are you trying to do?
I thought the shortcut door was like right in here, but it doesn't look like it is.
It's nearby, I'm pretty sure. I don't think there's any more enemies, but don't take my word on it. Be careful anyway.
Not. I mean, I can probably handle like one more guy. Maybe two more if it's an archer.
Don't take my word on it.
That looks like a good door.
Well,
yeah.
That is the shortcut door. Now, hold on. Go rest at that meditation point to make it stick.
Well, it's not gonna wipe unless I close the game.
Okay, but why not just do it to make it stick?
Because I don't want to fight those 3 guys again.
Run by them.
Good point.
Yeah, the person who gets into the Halo from the show will be very weirded out that there are no humans in the Covenant. Yeah, I don't.
Well, the thing that fucking pissed me off the most was that writer's tweet where he was like, "Yeah, we didn't really consider the video game series of it all, and the tone of the tweet is very obviously like, yeah, well, I mean, video games are just sort of the sweaty nerd media, and we're kind of above it." And it's like, dude, what the fuck? Like, have you not been paying attention to TV for the past like year? Like, what are you talking about?
It's really weird. That dash strike is probably pretty good for your style because it
Yeah, I want the sprint attack.
The sprint attack is a universally incredible tool. I use it on basically all the time.
So is this... Yeah, it's holding Y, okay. Like, the idea that you would try to imply that the TV and movie industry is somehow, like, has more artistic integrity and more ethics than the video game industry is so fucking hilariously laughable.
It's the chamois problem.
I suppose.
Base door!
Fucking go.
Alright, now go to your left once you jump down.
I see you met the resident Night Sister.
No, don't go up there.
I already did. It's too late. It's too late for you, Tim.
God damn it.
Well, lightsaber. No, don't hide it. That would explain your survival.
This guy,
Why?
when you meet him here like this, he has huge Souls NPC vibes.
Yeah.
Traveler.
Not only is gaming the largest entertainment market in the world, but
Cultures.
it just fucking blows my mind that, like, it's the biggest entertainment market in the world, and it has the worst consumer protections. Like, I've talked about this on stream probably 100 times, but the gaming industry just gets away with shit that other industries would never get away with. Ever in a million years.
Also, Moth Priest, to answer your question, I'm gonna sit here with my boomer ass and unironically tell you Halo Combat Evolved is the best game.
I have never really played a Halo game in my life, so you're asking the wrong guy.
Seduced.
It is 100% completely seriously, not done as a bit, unironically Halo Combat
Avoid
Evolved.
the ruin. Or suffer the same fate.
Okay, so I
Especially
need to
if
go down and around, right?
Yeah, you need to go down and around to the left. Especially if you play. There's a guy called Ruby who does the Ruby Rebalance project. His versions of the Halo campaigns are basically like the best versions of the Halo campaigns. And his mods have been broken for a little while now, but he is currently, now that there's mod tools out for Halo CE, he's working on redoing Halo Combat Evolved Rebalanced, and I am so excited because some of the stuff that he's previewed and shown off looks insanely good.
Now that I know the strategy of rushing the double blade at the beginning of this game, I cannot imagine playing this game any other way. Like,
it's so convenient.
Hiding this in like a late game planet was a very bizarre design choice. Like, they should have just given this to you like on the second planet as part of the storyline.
Oh no, they do. If you don't get it here at Dathomir, you'll get it earlier at like Zepho or some shit. I don't remember when it's Zepho.
Okay.
But you will get it before you get to Dathomir. The thing is, you get it faster by going to Dathomir. It's called the Dathomir Rush because like that's just, you know, that's where you go to rush it. But you get it at a reasonable pace.
Right.
I didn't realize until you said that you thought that probably based on the fact that we're rushing it here.
Yeah.
It probably, the common thought probably is, oh, you get it at Dathomir.
Yeah.
I see an intruder. Footwork all you have?
Well, hi, Kashala. It's been ages since I've hunted you in World, and I don't remember any of your movesets even a little bit, so I really hope Sword and Shield was the right weapon to bring to kill you.
Tim, now!
Can't you just like hold this for deflecting projectiles, or is that something you learn later on?
No, that's the double blade is what allows you to do that. If you deflect the first blaster bolt in a stream with proper timing, and then you hold the block button down.
That's right. That's how you do it.
You'll automatically deflect all blaster bolts that come after that one in like a reasonable time period. I fought that fucker with a glaive, worst mistake of my life. I'm really glad you said that because my two main weapons are Sword and Shield and Glaive, and I was thinking about which one to bring to this hunt, and I was like, Glaive might be bad, I don't remember. Let's just bring the Sword and Shield. So you're definitely making me feel a little bit vindicated for not bringing the glaive.
I usually just stick with whatever weapon I'm building for and just take the L whenever a monster's a bad matchup.
Well, I have enough armor that I actually have individual armor sets for each weapon now that I'm using.
Yeah, that's a move.
I have a sword and shield set, and I have an insect glaive set. So I'm very much doing the veteran hunter thing of like actually paying attention to my fucking
or just building more than one armor set.
Yeah, building multiple armor sets. Well, because their skills are really important. Especially now that I've unlocked the transmog and like I can build whatever excellent skill combo I want, like gear combo I want. And I don't have to worry about it looking like heinous shit.
Yeah. But then again, I like most of the weapons that I like in Monster Hunter are just the absolute chimp tier weapons like Greatsword and Hammer, where they're like never not going to be good.
I mean, I'm very much I was a hard insect main glaive, and it still is my one of my two main weapons. But I am very much a hardcore sword and shield guy now.
Oh, this takes 2 skill points. That's fine. I can wait for 2. Sword and shield is fun. Did they do the thing in Rise where sword and shield can activate support items while the weapon is drawn?
Yes.
Yeah, that's very, very cool.
Yeah, you can use items.
Go backwards right here.
You can in fact use items while sword and shield is out. I also have like a shit ton. I have the guard skill fully unlocked, and I also have a first point in that skill that lets you block monster super attacks without taking a ton of damage from it. So I don't really main the sword and shield so much as I main the shield.
Get the intruder.
No. Nobody's getting the intruder. I'm getting the fuck off this planet.
God, Kushala is insanely quick. Hammer is always good. My favorite weapon in RPG melee games is always axes. Well, Monster Hunter does have a couple of really cool axe-type weapons. Expo. The switch axe is the first one that comes to mind, and some of the sword and shield, you know, quote-unquote swords, depending on what tree you go down, are just axes that use the sword and shield like moveset.
Please tell me nothing followed you home, kid.
Alright, you're now officially done with Dathomir until you go back near the end of the game. Charge Blade is called the Charge Axe in Japan. Oh, that's weird.
So, which one is this? Bogano?
Bogano was the one...
We're going to Zepho next, right?
Yeah, Zepho's the one you want. Bogano was that pretty green one.
Yep. The only problem with the hammer is that there's a couple of monsters where it's kind of hard to get headshots on them. If you're not getting headshots, that makes things a little difficult.
Yeah. Glaive, yeah, no, Moth Priest, you're right about Glaive. I brought Glaive to fight Rathalos pretty recently, which, because you would assume, like, oh, Rathalos spends a lot of time in the air, I should bring my Glaive.
Yeah.
But, like, it was kind of a pain in the ass, if I'm being honest. Like, it's more of a pain than you'd think it'd be.
Okay, that last little fucking thing I had didn't really have bad performance at all, which is weird.
Maybe it is just Dathomir. Maybe see how it performs on Zepho and then like decide if you want to continue based on that.
This might not be the best time to land.
Something strange.
Very funny to me that Monster Hunter designs can get so like crazy, and then like a lot of their most dangerous enemies all just kind of look like European dragons. You've got Fatalis, you've got Kushala Daora, like they all literally just look like normal European dragons.
Yeah, they don't really do the Asian style dragon very often.
They did in Rise. The 2 new Elder Dragons are very Asian dragon inspired.
Do you know that I went almost my entire life so far without realizing that the horns on the Asian style like Chinese dragon are supposed to be deer antlers? I just thought that was like a crest or something. I didn't realize that was like supposed to be deer antlers.
God, if I was not using Sword and Shield right now, Kushala would have killed me like multiple times over. I have blocked so many. It's just hard blocked. So many attacks that would have fucked my shit up on any other weapon.
Another Steve
I'm
again.
really glad.
There's a lot of dragons in Monster Hunter because Monster Hunter is very obviously supposed to be like mostly grounded, sort of like dinosaur type animals, and then the elder dragons are the ones that are like mythic beings.
Yeah,
that's why the monster designs are usually kind of grounded for the most part.
Over here.
That's why you're never gonna see a monster like a non-elder dragon monster like Rathalos and Rathian are supposed to be like actual dead-ass dragons, but if you notice, they have 4 limbs and not 6. But all the elder dragons that have like a basic dragon, like European dragon design, have 4 legs and then 2 wings. 4 legs and then 2 wings is almost exclusively something that you get out of elder dragons. No normal like animalistic monster has that design.
Yeah, Expo, they do look like because if you don't know, you won't really notice it unless you're looking at like really old art tapestries where they're like very pronounced. But if you're watching, you know, like a New Year's festival or something, they just kind of look like some kind of a lizard crest. Which is also interesting because that's me kind of projecting my Western idea that a dragon is a lizard, because that's not how they are in Eastern media.
In the East, they're just kind of deities.
Yeah, exactly. They're like a different type of like nature deity.
Watch out, BD. You don't look friendly.
Get these pig
buddy.
rats out of here.
The amount of damage that I'm just hard blocking is actually incredible. This shit is wild.
Expo, no, they are not. They have, so the design of the Eastern Dragon is very specific. They have the head of a lion, the antlers of a deer, the feet of a bird, and their the scales of a carp, and then their body, I can't remember if it's supposed to be the serpent, but they're like, yeah, they're not really reptilian. Gumguru, what are you talking about? What is a snake with the head of a man?
There are some interpretations of Asian dragons where instead of a head of a lion, the fact that it's all bearded and hairy is because it's got the head of a man.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Boy, oh boy, do I wish I could bring someone with me to this fucking Elder Dragon hunt. I always feel so... No, there's no monster in this game that makes me feel anxious, but Elder Dragon fights make me feel anxious. If that makes any sense.
I mean, they're just usually kind of a trial to go in and solo.
The only Elder Dragon that I can fight and it doesn't make me feel anxious is Chameleos, because Chameleos doesn't feel like an Elder Dragon.
Yeah, I didn't know Chameleos was an Elder Dragon. I thought Chameleos was just one of like the end of quest line sort of like harder monsters.
No, yeah, Chameleos is an Elder Dragon, but like you'd never who knows that?
Yeah.
Like, it took me... I didn't realize it was an Elder Dragon at first either. When I first heard that, I was like, no way. But yeah. Elder Dragon. Lunostra's the only one that still legitimately scares me. Maybe it's because I only got back into Monster Hunter, and I don't think I ever got to being, like, an Elder Dragon tier player when I was a kid. But, like, I'm only becoming an Elder Dragon tier player now that I'm an adult. I'm going through that phase where they make me nervous. If that makes any sense. Like, I'm sure if I fought some Elder Dragons when I was younger, playing, like, Monster Hunter Freedom and Freedom, like, and Freedom 2 and shit like that,
So I don't think... switching between targets would be a little bit more fluid. But
is it... Fine. Is it not feeling very good?
Yeah, it feels a little weird. But that's fine. I can just, use the jump attack and be a little bit more precise.
Yeah, no, the first time I ever killed an Elder Dragon was when I was playing World. I've killed a Nergigante, Kushala Daora, and I've killed a couple of other major Elder Dragons in World, but I didn't get extremely far playing World either. before like other games kind of just took up my time and attention. But I have a lot more time in Rise since its PC release than I ever did in World.
Expo, so. the word wyvern in Monster Hunter is used completely differently. It has a totally different definition.
Yeah, a wyvern in Monster Hunter is meant to be like a morphological term.
Yeah.
Like the way we would call something a crocodilian in like the real world, or like a bird. Like a wyvern is just a type, a very specific series. It's like a family of animals.
Yeah.
Like
the raptor monsters are called bird wyverns, and then the T-Rex monsters are called brute wyverns, and then the ones that are like actually dragon shaped are called
flying wyverns.
Flying wyverns, yeah.
And then you have stuff like Tobi Kadachi and Zinogre are called fang wyverns.
Yeah.
But for anyone who's not aware, Monster Hunter is absolutely massive with like the paleo community. People who are into like dinosaurs and zoological stuff also tend to generally love Monster Hunter. Because Monster Hunter, the devs behind Monster Hunter are a bunch of ecological nerds.
Yeah, you kind of have to be to make that work. Okay, well now that we're off Dathomir, we're running fine actually.
So it really is just Dathomir being a problem?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm getting a little bit of stuttering, and the memory leak thing is probably still going to crop up from time to time. But we're mostly all right now, at least on this planet. Yeah, I would be very skeptical of a person who wasn't at least passively interested in the fact that dinosaurs used to exist.
I mean, yeah. But when I say like dino nerds, I mean like actual like members of the paleo community.
Yeah.
Like the capital P, capital C paleo community is full of a bunch of nerds who unironically like adore Monster Hunter. It's incredibly popular. Like, it's a really weird little, it's a really weird, fun little cultural overlap, but if you know someone who, like, actually pays attention to the publishing of dinosaur papers and, like, updated paleological news, odds are, like, for real, odds are they play Monster Hunter.
Tim follows paleo news really closely, and I follow space news and physics news very closely. We get very rapid science updates in this house.
Yeah. I have a person in my school who thinks dinosaurs are fake and the fossils were planted by Satan to draw people away from the good path.
That's awesome. I love that kind I love that type of guy.
The only thing I would have to, like, I would love to have a conversation with that guy, not to be like a contrarian or like a fucking debate lord or whatever, but I would want to ask him, like, man, why?
Yeah.
Like, that's got to be a lot of effort on Satan's part, right?
Also, like, if you're Satan, right? Okay, so one of the themes in the Bible and just sort of in general in spirituality, even in like Star Wars, but with the light side and the dark side, one of the things that how it works is the guy who's good, like Jesus, is very humble and doesn't do displays of power and asks you to just sort of like act good and take things on faith. And it's not because he isn't like a powerful theurge, it's because having power isn't the point. But the devil and his demons do constant displays of power and try to tempt you with like having dark forces, right? They want you to like make the deal and become a warlock and shit. So from that perspective, the devil wouldn't be that subtle. The devil jumps up on a stump and like asks you if you would like to live deliciously. He doesn't like bury dinosaur bones and then wait 250 million years for you to find them. That's just not like, that doesn't work thematically for the devil. So like somebody who believes that tells me that they're not actually studying and understanding the point of their religion. Like they just sort of have a weird idea.
He asks if you want to make a deal, and he knows that you shouldn't be making the deal, but he's got you in a position where you have to make the deal.
Exactly.
like practically speaking. That's just how Satan works.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, Jacob's right. This like, that's just way too fucking like subtle for the way Satan's supposed to work. Also, yeah, SG Deity's got a good thing there. I love how many I love how these people just basically say my religion is so fucking weak that a bunch of old bones will take people away from it.
Yeah.
You know what that kind of reminds me of? No bullshit, what that reminds me of? Anytime I hear a conservative,
yeah,
or like specifically a Republican say, "Okay, but we need the electoral college, otherwise we never win." And the only thing that I can say in response to that is, yeah, have better ideas.
Yeah, exactly. You shouldn't need like some weird system to give you additional votes.
Like, win the popular vote, idiot. Like,
yeah.
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, stop sucking.
Sucks to suck, my guy. Keep in mind when you do that with the double lightsaber, that does drain your stamina. So if you have two dudes with like heavy repeaters like blasting away at you, you'll deflect pretty much all those blaster bolts back, and you'll probably kill those guys. But that will break your stamina, like it'll break your structure and leave you vulnerable to punishment.
The most frustrating thing about that, Moth Priest, is that Christianity is relatively simple to convert into like most cultures. Like, it's not like the teachings of Jesus are not fucking difficult to like understand or apply globally. Even if you look at
the
like
little details that
that's why in places like Japan, Christianity, Shinto, and Buddhism can be practiced like simultaneously, because there's actually a lot of overlap with like ideas that are just very philosophically sound across cultural lines.
Like, if you come up to a culture, if you're a missionary and you come up to some people who have never met your people before, and you go, "My people believe we should be nice to each other."
Yeah, that's a pretty easy sell.
Odds are they're going to be like, "Oh, that sounds dope. Your guy sounds cool." Like, but which religion has the superior aesthetic? Ooh,
that's a hard one.
I'm not gonna lie to you, dude. Okay, I'm gonna be real. It's gonna make me sound like a little bit of a weeb right now.
Yeah.
Shinto.
I was actually going to also say Shinto, but the reason for that is because I really, really, really like pagan nature religions, and I think Shinto is the most intact one we have because it was never destroyed by colonialism.
Yeah.
So it's the most complete one that we have that still has all of its like rituals and shit intact.
Japan has had brushes with colonialism, but it was never colonized in the way that we think of when we say colonialism.
Yeah, it wasn't destroyed by Catholicism the same way that like the indigenous Britain and like Nordic and so on and so forth, like the Druids and all that stuff.
Yeah, SG Deity says Catholicism gave us blasphemous, so that wins. And the Moth Priest says Shinto has a based aesthetic, but my anthropologist loving ass has to say the cool ass Aztec ones.
Yeah, those are cool.
With that in mind, if we're also just talking aesthetics, Polynesian religions.
I actually am not familiar enough with like.
We need to watch the. Have we watched the Deadlands together?
Yes, we have.
That's actually a pretty faithful recreation of like from like a religious angle. If you remember the Deadlands.
Yeah, that was a pretty good movie.
Can Catholicism give us blasphemous without Spanish tradition? Unfortunately, Methane, no, because the Spanish were what made blasphemous as aesthetic blasphemous.
Yeah, that game really is more of a take on Spanish culture more so than it even is Catholic. Blasphemous, if you look at the pinned comment on that video, Blasphemous is very, very, very much a specifically Catholicism in Spain game.
Yeah. So yeah, SG Deity, if you're talking from a purely aesthetic perspective, Spanish Catholics are the goats. of the Jesus, nerds.
Yeah, I think it's because Spain took Catholicism the most seriously out of any other empire at the time.
Yeah. But I think I'm, as much as I love my family's Hawaiian culture, I am gonna stick with Shinto as my answer. Especially the combined Shinto Buddhism.
Yeah.
Primo aesthetic. Absolutely primo.
You could change your outfit's color in the pause menu. Do I have
The outfit colors, it changes the color of your jumpsuit. Because you can wear a poncho and different ponchos, but the one that's labeled outfit is actually just your jumpsuit material. So you can like mix and match.
Oh, this light color looks weird. I'm abandoning ship on that one immediately.
Well, hold on. Put on your dark Braca poncho with it.
Okay, hang on. Is that the original?
Yeah. Keep the light jumpsuit, but then put on the dark Braca scrapper.
That's not bad.
Because in my personal experience, the light jumpsuits and dark ponchos mix together really well. Or, if you have a light poncho, then a dark jumpsuit.
Can I jump this? This looks jumpable. Yes.
I really hate how Christianity ruins so many rich and diverse cultures, so many histories and stories, bastardized and lost.
Yeah, it's pretty
I wouldn't blame Christianity for that one. This is colonialism.
Yeah, that's true. Like, cause if the British wouldn't have been, well, I should say if the major European empires wouldn't have been using Christianity, they would have been using something else.
Yeah, that's not Christianity's fault, really. Which culture religion has the coolest monsters? Ooh,
fuck, that's a hard one.
That is a hard one, dog. God damn it. Yeah, the Norse, I think, win that one.
Dude, I don't know. There's some wild shit in, American Appalachian culture. There's some wild shit in Japan with the yokai and the yurei. There's, Germanic stuff is pretty cool. I listened to a podcast the other day about New Zealand cryptids, and there were some good ones. Like the Maori got some crazy shit going on in terms of monster mythology.
Yeah,
there's so much good stuff to pick from.
That is really hard to choose.
Yeah, Welsh, Welsh and Gaelic, sort of indigenous to the British Isles guys, have some wild shit going on.
Oh yeah, the Egyptians.
Philippines, dude, the Philippines monster folklore is hilarious because 9 times out of 10, the monster is just an excuse to talk about your bitch wife, which is really funny. It's so funny imagining a bunch of Filipino dudes sitting around making up ghost stories to talk about how much they hate their wife. God, there's so many good monster mythologies to pick from.
I'll get you.
Yeah, Native Americans have some cool stuff, like the Pukwudgies and Skinwalkers, and Wendigo spirits and all that shit.
Holy shit, this is the second time in a row Kushala Daora and Magna Malo have fucking turf ward. What the fuck?
Did I fuck up the Scomp Link thing? When do I get that?
You get it later. You get it on Zepho.
I couldn't remember if I got it later or on the first planet.
Don't worry, you did not fuck that up.
The best part about rushing the double-bladed lightsaber is that after you get done struggling through how annoying Dathomir is, getting to this place just feels like a fucking cakewalk. It's very relaxing.
When you struggle through Dathomir, Zepho really just ain't shit.
Yeah. Yeah, biblically accurate monsters are good too.
G-Swav, how do you forget the Scomp Link? You literally can't progress through the story without it. How do you forget it? Lord of the Rings was also meant to be a mythology as well, since British culture was wiped out by the Vikings. Yeah. Tolkien was kind of an anthropologist nerd and did intend for the Legendarium to be like a mythology.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't the fucking Silmarillion literally have the same starting line as the Bible?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, he was like very, very obviously trying to make like a mythic sort of.
My favorite. There's a blog that there's a fantasy blog I really like called Signs in the Wilderness. You guys should check it out if you haven't yet. And it's explicitly trying to be Signs in the Wilderness is trying to be for colonial America what Lord of the Rings is for Britain.
Hey now.
And it, in my opinion, does a very good job.
So what was in there?
Copper, you say? That's gonna look pretty good when I get the yellow blade.
I really honestly love whenever you get done with this game and you've like found all the unlockables. I'm genuinely curious as to what your custom lightsaber looks like because they give you a ton of options. You can make some really cool shit. I hear Tolkien was influenced by a lot of Hollow Earth stuff. There's nothing. I'm a big Legendarium guy, and you can tell because I call it the Legendarium instead of saying Lord of the Rings. There's nothing in there that's very obvious to me as being inspired by Hollow Earth. Well, that's an interesting theory.
Yeah,
if you can come up with some examples, I'm curious.
I would have to know about. I'm like vaguely aware of Hollow Earth, and I know about like fucking the Lemurian, Hyperborean, Atlantean, and the other one, like sort of lore about how when the island sank, they went into the Hollow Earth and all that shit. But I'm not like super fucking Hollow Earth conspiracy expert or anything.
Yeah. Tolkien did base Elvish off Welsh. He also based the Dwarvish language Kuzdul off of Semitic languages. A lot of people think that the Jews or that the dwarves are meant to be like Scots or whatever because of Jackson's movies and the fact that Gimli was being played by John Rhys Davies. But that's just the fact that Gimli was being played by John Rhys Davies. If you actually look at if you actually read the Legendarium and pay attention, especially in like the modern day of like The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, the dwarves are obviously meant to be Jewish, or like a Jewish like analogy,
right? Or at least like a Semitic.
Yeah, like they're meant to be a very Semitic people.
Because there are other, I think this is correct, but there are other Semitic races that aren't Jewish, right?
I believe so.
Because aren't the two, I think the two sort of like genetic groups are Semitic and Sephardic.
I don't know that much.
I think that's correct.
And then J.K. Rowling made her analogy of Jewish people.
Yeah.
Yes. Then Joanne took a crack at it.
Yeah, Joanne had some interesting input on the. Joanne had an ambitious strategy, I would say.
Yeah. We don't talk about J.K. Rowling.
Dude, I'm so fucking tired of talking about J.K. Rowling. Holy shit, dude.
We talk about J.K. Rowling only to make fun of her in like a semi-serious.
Well, goodbye. Oh, he's back.
The rats jump out of those holes sometimes.
I
don't know how high you have
a little bit of a delay on the jump there.
I don't know how high you have your sound.
Yeah.
But
you can hear like gravel noises.
Yeah. If you block, then you should avoid that damage. Another series ruin sucks. I hate to be that guy, guys, but Harry Potter wasn't that good to begin with.
Yeah, I think like it really isn't written that well. I think a lot of people just have like big nostalgia from watching the movies and shit. Which, like, by the way, just for the record, if you're like a big fucking Harry Potter nerd or whatever, like, it isn't your fault that fucking Joanne is a cunt. Like, you don't need to take this as like a personal, like, don't take other people sort of calling her out as like a personal slight against yourself for liking the stuff. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Those guys have a really, really quick retaliatory strike. That one right there.
Yeah.
That is like the Knight Brothers with the mace. That is just a hard parry that you can get basically every time. It makes them so easy to fight when you realize it.
The movie actually filtered the worst part of the book? I don't know what that means.
I think Methane is saying that the movies were notably better than the books in question.
Oh. I stopped reading them at 5 because, well, first of all, by the time I got to book 5, I was just sort of like over the concept. I was kind of growing out of it. And second, Harry as a character is just annoying and shitty in book 5, and I was like, I'm done.
And to be fair, Harry's kind of annoying and shitty in like most of the books.
Yeah,
he means
he
well.
goes through like a fucking really angsty arc in book 5.
He means well in pretty much all cases, but I don't think Joanne knows how to write like a good, like sympathetic human being.
Yeah. Book 5 is Order of the Phoenix, I believe.
Yeah, book 5 is Order of the Phoenix. Maybe it's a good thing Curtis isn't. No, I think Curtis would understand that he can like something and still just not have it be good.
Yeah.
And wouldn't take it personally.
I think what draws Curtis to Harry Potter is his slice of life genes.
Oh, yeah, I can see that actually.
What the fuck? I need to get the timing down on these ghosts.
Liking 40K but not liking Games Workshop is a pretty classic example of understanding that you can like something and not like literally everything associated with it.
I don't know a single thing about Games Workshop other than just by virtue of how fucking overpriced their products are. They seem like they're a little money hungry, but what corporation isn't nowadays?
They have incredibly predatory practices.
Yeah, not surprising.
They also have this really weird thing where like their predatory practices are like insanely obvious to the point that like they have a weird rule where you're not allowed to proxy things in tournaments. So if you want to be involved in tournaments and you want to use a unit, you have to buy that. You have to actually buy that unit model.
Right.
Even if it's like $120 for a box of like 4 dudes.
Right.
And they will charge that much. They give 0 fucks.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts. If I was gonna do like Warhammer shit, I would probably just buy a figure every once in a while to like paint it. I think I'd be one of those guys. I'm not sure if I would be into the actual game itself.
Well, and the thing is, if you were gonna get minis to paint them,
yeah,
you wouldn't even bother doing 40K or Games Workshop stuff anyway, because you can get models that are just as good, if not better, for notably cheaper from other sources.
Right. Because I think it'd be cool to like have, you know, like wacky looking monsters and shit and like paint them.
Yeah. Amazon Game Studios fucking sucks. Wow. Something at Amazon is bad?
Yeah, that's crazy. They're usually like...
Say it ain't so.
They're usually so reasonable. Straight up banned fan animations? That's crazy.
They're like pretty Nintendo tier when it comes to sending cease and desist letters, yeah.
I don't know. Dude, that drives me insane. Like, the last fucking 15 years has proved that if you relax your copyright strategy a little bit, if you let people make YouTube videos, if you let people make fan art, if you let people do streams, if you just sort of like ease up on enforcing copyright, it is enormously beneficial for your company. Like, this has been demonstrably proven to be the correct pathway by every conceivable fucking metric over the past 15 years. So companies that are still like aggressively pursuing like copyright shit are just like, They're just flat out not run by smart people. Period. Like, the data is in on this. Shit, I forgot about that.
Nintendo is nuts. It is odd that Nintendo is as successful as they are when they do make so many consistently just fucking whack-ass choices.
Well, so...
They are being hard carried by the quality of a lot of their games.
Well, the Nintendo thing is also a little bit of a meme because they very, very, very aggressively... we Blight Town now. They very aggressively do chase after copyright shit on, like, certain IPs and then not other ones. So it's kind of like hit or miss on whether or not Nintendo is going to do something annoying.
I don't know why this just popped in my mind, but somebody who, like, much earlier when we were in, like, Dathomir asked if you gained force out of combat. No, but I didn't mention a very... I did not mention a very important point, that you can use your force powers out of combat an infinite amount of times. Because your force powers are required for, like, puzzle solving and shit. So if you're not in combat, using your powers doesn't use your force meter. I don't know why this just popped into my head, but I felt the need to get it out there.
Yeah, it is always funny when companies use, like, the YouTube copyright system to claim ownership of something, because in a way that it sort of makes it canon. And my favorite example of this is when Warner Brothers did that with Meat Canyon's fucking Bugs Bunny video. So now we can say, you can unironically make a strong argument that it is canon that Bugs Bunny is a serial rapist. You can say that now.
That's one of those weird, like, things that people say when they just absolutely feel the need to make something oddly dark for what feels like no reason. Like when people have that weird, like, fan theory, like, oh, Caillou's probably got cancer.
Yeah.
Because he's, like, bald and his parents put up with a lot of his shit. It's like, have you considered that Caillou might just have astigmatism and very patient parents?
Yeah.
Like, why has it got to be cancer with you fucking people?
Because because the video essay brain rot is I need to come up with the most insane thing and then retroactively prove it. Well, I shouldn't say the video essay brain rot. It's very specifically a MatPat thing.
But, like, am I being weird with that?
No, you're correct.
Okay, I feel like Kushala Daora is not being very impressive to me right now. Maybe it's because I have so many points put in guard, so my sword and shield is, like, basically invincible. But he's not hard. I just have a feeling that he's waiting for me to fuck up. He has, like, a big health pool. So if I make a mistake, I'm gonna get fucked. But I'm feeling pretty okay about this fight.
Get this dang goat out of here. MatPat's Minecraft stuff, I just don't really like MatPat. I've never really liked him. He seems like a weird guy. I don't trust him. He's up to something. I don't know what's going on there. Like, you'll notice that MatPat has never really gotten caught in any big scandals, but everybody is constantly trying to get a scandal to stick because everybody intuitively understands there's something fucking wrong with him. Like, he's got to be doing something. Like, everybody sort of intuitively gets that, but nobody's been able to get anything to stick.
Everyone's just like, man, there's something up with this fucking
Yeah, it's kind of funny, actually.
That is actually very funny.
Whoa, my man here with a missile. Can I deflect these yet?
With the missiles? No, you need the push power for that.
That's right. I wonder if I could jump to this guy.
The push power does just let you hit a button and send the missile right back at him, though, which is actually fucking hilarious to do.
I remember that being very fun.
Good job.
MatPat is a nice guy with no social awareness. That could be the case. I'm willing to believe that.
I mean, he could just be a decent person who just makes content that I no longer like. That's a very adult realization for you to possibly have.
Hello,
Trailblazing 5. Expo, I have a feeling that the phrase, he could just be a decent person who makes content that I no longer like, if more people internalize that possibility, the internet in general would probably be a much better place.
Yeah.
Trailblazing 5, you do hear Tim, which is, you probably won't hear Tim that often because Tim has a very rare day off work in the springtime.
You know how in academia, in like literature, there's the established canon?
Yeah.
You know, where it's like, okay, these are the literary classics. I feel like the internet as a community is trying to do like the internet established canon, which like just isn't possible to do. And that's why you get situations where people can't just admit that like they're not the target audience for some shit. You know what I mean?
No, that makes a lot of sense. Oh, there you go. You see your guard got broken there. Fortunately, you killed everyone, but... SG Deity says, my favorite video essayist is Ragnarok's and then H-Bomber Guy. I like H-Bomber Guy a lot.
I'm sort of in an anti-video essay arc right now, but if I had to pick my favorite, probably Jacob Geller, I think.
Jacob Geller is very good.
He just put out a new video today on something that actually sounded interesting. I haven't been that interested in a lot of the recent videos that he's put out, but one came out like today or yesterday that actually sounded cool.
It's very boring for me to say it now that somebody else has said it, but I'm pretty sure H-Bomber Guy is my favorite as well. H-Bomber Guy is a very clear example, though, of the fact that in order to be a good video essayist, you kind of have to be a weird, shitty person.
What is he
I don't think there's anything wrong with him. He hasn't done anything. I'm not trying to make a scandal stick. He's just kind of weird.
Well, I will say that sort of by virtue of just the thing that you're doing, you kind of have to have a big ego to be any type of
You're backtracking.
To be any type of
like video essayist?
Very intensive, like high effort video essayist. Like if you're making like ContraPoints type videos, he's probably a pretty good example of what I'm talking about. Just like you probably have a little bit of an ego.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I feel like Contra's ego is kind of justified. She's put out some real masterpieces.
Yeah,
oh, actually, no. I know who my favorite video essayist is. Dan Olson. Dan Olson is the best.
Oh, fuck, I did not hear that missile coming.
Dan Olson is the guy who made In Search of a Flat Earth in that 2-hour NFT video I showed you.
Yeah, that guy's videos are good.
And he made that video about a bunch of scientists who were really confused because their talking head footage got used in a geocentric...
Another Steve again. I will never click on Mahler's channel for as long as I fucking live.
Yeah, dude. Another... Steve, I really hope you're suggesting Mahler's video of H-Bomber Guy's review because it's individually funny and not because you're a Mahler fan.
Oh, shit. Mahler is a fucking insane person.
Well, you unlock that shortcut, so you
you
don't have to go as far.
Yeah, I've got to go up here, though, right? Yeah, because I go across the running wall over here.
I believe so,
Or is
yes.
that below?
Well, check the one you're near first.
Yeah, because this one goes backwards. Yeah, I think
that one does go backwards, so it's the other one. Who the fuck is Mahler? Mahler's a piece of shit.
Mahler is a guy with the most severe case of terminally online brain rot I've ever seen. And his whole sort of shtick, whether or not it's a character or his real personality, is being sort of like dark Joseph Anderson. He's very pedantic. His videos are 17,000 hours long.
Okay, the only thing you need to know about Mahler is that he's one of those dudes who thinks that art can be objectively good or bad, and that he can apply that to things like movies and shit. Like,
which is an absurd take.
Yeah, he's one of those guys who will make a review video about the Star Wars sequels and how they're objectively bad.
Yeah.
And it's just annoying.
Yeah, it's very annoying. I don't know how old he is, but he acts and talks like sort of the stereotypical like 14-year-old libertarian. Not very sophisticated ideas coming out of Mahler.
Well, and every now and again he'll have like a panel or something where he'll just hang out with a bunch of dudes who are all annoying the exact same way he is. And it's like, oh yeah, this is definitely the content that should be around.
He'll do like an 8-hour long like literally, I'm not joking. He'll do like an 8 to 12 hour long podcast episode of like him and his equally weird boys just talking about how like a different YouTuber is like a dumb doo-doo.
Yeah.
Like for 8 to 12 hours. It's insane. Totally unhinged.
He'll hang out with like Rags and other dudes like that. Like Rags is another YouTuber who just shouldn't exist.
I don't know. I literally do not know the name of a single other person affiliated with him, and I can't even remember.
The only one I remember is Rags.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I can't even remember how I originally learned that Mahler existed. I think I got suggested one of his videos, and I like clicked on his channel to like see what he was about. And I saw his Outlast 2 series that is like 12 videos long, and each individual video is literally like 2 to 4 hours. So it's like 40 to 60 hours of him talking about Outlast 2. And I was like, this is an unhinged maniac.
Also, I know you were talking, so I didn't interrupt you, but that one stormtrooper who looked like he was going to shoot you until you got up to point blank range, and you like brought your guard up so he wouldn't, and then he just punched you in the face, is one of the biggest chads I've ever seen. That was an incredibly funny minor moment.
Got a hostile. All right. It's not possible.
Where'd Kashala go? Oh, Kashala's over there. I keep like pausing the game and like looking over to talk because I don't want to fight an Elder Dragon and have an in-depth conversation at the same time. I'm fighting this Elder Dragon in very slow chunks. So the Yeehaw kid everyone has in their school, basically, yeah.
The Yeehaw kid? What?
Just like the annoying, vaguely right-wing kid that everyone has in their school.
Oh. I mean, it's like, yeah, I had a kid who wore a cowboy hat, but I never really thought to call him the Yeehaw kid, but I guess that tracks now that I'm thinking about it.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming that Moth Priest isn't from the same kind of like small town USA that we are, where that's like the default kid.
Yeah, true.
Well,
our default guy is sort of like Appalachian scumbag because all the Tennessee Tar Heels came up here for the logging industry.
Yeah, exactly. Like Moth Priest said that like it's a kind of guy, but that's like just the vast majority of the people we knew in high school.
Mariana.
I call them Yeehaw kids because it's 90% of my school and they're all almost assholes. Oh, so you probably are from the same kind of small town America we are then.
Yeah, a lot of people from small town America.
Because that's just kind of what the schools in that part of the world are like.
I do want to activate this, but I don't want to rest at it quite yet. Ooh, I have a skill though.
I try not to associate with them. I mean, I wouldn't be weird about it because a lot of them grow up to just be like normal dudes. Not all of them. Some of them stay weird the entire time of their lives.
Yeah, most people vastly improve after high school. When I was in high school, I thought I hated people. It turns out I just hated teenagers. People get a lot cooler after you know they get into their mid-20s or so.
Yeah, because Jacob and I are both like either 30 or almost 30, and like generally speaking, most people are just kind of normal.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Canada is basically just America with healthcare, so I wouldn't be too high on your horse there, Expo.
Yeah, I was about to say, Expo. I definitely wouldn't get a bit too smug there, my guy.
What does that mean?
That the Emperor is interested in Zepho? Maybe.
Evidence of a fight. Is this a dead end?
No.
Seems weird. I came out. Fuck, did I come out of the cave or did I come out of this door? I think I came out of the cave.
You came out of the cave. You want to go into the door?
If you hate it so much, just shoot it. But what if they come up under my feet? Then just shoot at your feet. Problem solved.
Ah, this is a Scomp Link door.
You'll get the Scomp Link soon, I'm pretty sure. I've not been staring at the screen, so I'd need you to like walk around a little bit for me to see where you are.
Okay, let me check over here one more time to see if I can go around here. No. Lower BC. Oh, you're kind of close to us then, because we're in Washington, so we're not far away from you.
If you're in lower BC, then you're effectively a neighbor, dude.
Yeah.
You're like, if you're in lower BC, you're like an hour away tops, maybe 2 hours. If you're in like an awkward to reach place.
We are actually closer to Vancouver than we are to Seattle. Like we're pretty far up there.
Yeah. This is the third Magna Malo Kushala Deora turf war. Turf wars don't happen a lot in this game compared to World. And these guys have turfed 3 times in the last half hour.
God, I love doing that to those guys. Shit is so satisfying. There are exceptional chuds everywhere. All it takes to be an exceptional chud is confidence and not a lot of information.
Well done.
Actually, I'm just gonna keep a double out because there's a lot of blaster boys up in here.
Yeah, if you're in an area that you know is gonna have a lot of like Imperials, then odds are you're just gonna end up keeping double blade out as like a default. It's just generally pretty useful.
Protests would like to know your location. Yeah. Yep.
So what the fuck is r/place? I've heard about it a lot recently. I have no idea what it actually is.
Oh, it's like some pixel art thing where like everybody is contributing it at the same time. If that makes any sense.
Oh, so it's Reddit's done that before. They have like a massive like collage that everyone could contribute.
Yeah, it's that basically.
The trucker protests were ridiculous. I live near the border, and it was practically impossible to get into Canada for like 2 weeks. I think it's incredibly funny that a lot of Canadians were being outrageously dramatic about the trucker protest during the outbreak of the war with Ukraine.
Yeah,
because a lot of people were like, "Man, read the room, my guy."
Yeah.
Weird thing to complain about.
You guys, Canada almost enforced like Patriot Act tier legislation over a bridge.
It's
like,
really
fucking Christ, dude.
It really like I hate to talk mad shit on all the Canadians in the chat. We love you guys, but like none of you came out of this looking good.
Yeah. Which is great because as Americans, we come out of almost every situation not looking good. So it's nice to watch another Five Eyes country take an L for once.
Yeah, basically, yeah. It's nice to see it's nice to see you guys who are basically cultural cousins, like, also take the L. Because we tend to take the L pretty often.
Yeah.
So, Trailblazing 5, what was it about? Valid reasons or just crazy people? It was just crazy people. They didn't want to get vaccinated.
Yeah, it was well, it wasn't just the vaccine. It was also just sort of COVID.
Yeah, general COVID. Like, it was COVID anxiety, but if you like got them on a platform, their big stated reason was that, of why they had started making it was that it was a vaccination protest, which is just lame. I completely agree with the measures that were eventually enforced, as none of the lower levels of authority did their jobs. So the blame there is on the lower levels of authority.
Yeah, I can't comment on that because I didn't follow it close enough to know what the actual outcome was or like who was at fault or any of that shit, because I try to stay as far away from politics as I reasonably can while still maintaining sort of a surface level like of being informed. So there's no goddamn way I'm going to wade into the politics of a country I'm not in.
I'm going to respect your lack of knowledge and not turn this stream into discussing that, because my takes on it are hot and probably would like take a lot of time for like no real benefit.
Yeah, no real benefit is definitely the key phrase there.
At least I'm realistic about it.
Yeah.
I know you do eventually like to let me just get the demons out on stream, but I don't think this is a demon I need to get out.
Yeah, and you know, I'm not. We've had a pretty healthy amount of time of sort of, you know, the Twitch political blood sports debate bro culture. Doesn't really seem like it's getting many results. You know what I mean?
Wait, did someone just at Tim the Trucker? Do we have a Tim the Trucker in this chat?
Yeah, that would be nuts if we do.
Or are you, or Trail, are you talking to me because you know I'm a trucker?
Yeah,
is that mad coincidence, or is somebody asking me to comment as a trucker?
Let me give you the Fauci take. When he fucked up on the mask thing and then like backpedaled, they should have gotten rid of him as the guy and picked a different epidemiologist to be the guy. Like once there was blood in the water, they should have gotten rid of him. It was a very big mistake optically to keep him around for as long as they have.
Well, it was a big optics mistake, and also like the guy made actual job mistakes that resulted in people dying.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to fucking sit here and suck off Fauci. That's for absolute sure.
No, he made huge mistakes. He definitely should have lost his job, and also keeping him around was just optically bad.
Yeah,
definitely.
It was all around not a good move to fucking cart that guy around as long as they did.
Oh, Tim the polyamorous trucker, I'm talking about you. Okay, that's fair. I do appreciate the slightly more specific call out. I mean, okay, well, I guess I answered your question there. That's me and Jacob and I share the same take on Fauci. Who is Fauci? I don't know these things very closely. Fauci is the head epidemiologist in the White House. He was basically the guy who was in charge of the COVID response for a long time. Anytime a White House administration said we are handling the COVID response, Fauci was actually the guy who was handling the COVID response.
Yeah. I forgot that guy was there, and then my fucking... I was using the spice right there. I forgot that guy was there, and then my spinal cord was like, you should carry it.
You were feeling the force.
Yeah.
So what was in there?
Yeah, he did a bad job. I'm sure there's a lot of more politically minded, like people like Vosh or whatever, who could
go over in-depth fucking analyses on what he did,
on how exactly he did a bad job. But he did a bad job, especially with the mask mandate initially, because he like lied. He lied in a couple of very specific ways that led to people not taking it seriously.
Dude, the mask thing was their biggest blunder. They literally made like the oldest political mistake in the book, where you're like dishonest with the public because you think you know better than them and that you can like just manipulate them with a lie, and then it just immediately backfired.
Because if the administration, and by extension Fauci, had just been honest in saying, hey, we don't have a ton of masks, but masks are very helpful.
Yeah, get one if you can, but like chill out.
Yeah, get one if you can, but chill out. We're going to try and get them back into major production so you can get one.
Right.
If he had just done that from the start, then masks wouldn't have been like... Because basically his mishandling of masks is what enabled conspiracy theorists to be like, masks bad. You need to use your slow power on those.
Yeah. Shit. I thought I hit it there, but apparently I did not. I guess I could just hit it on the way in? Or does it need to be on the way out? How long does this last?
It needs to be on the way out because you need to wall run up. You have the right instinct about wall running up to that ledge. You just need the piston to be out of your way.
God, what the fuck is the timing on this?
Right there. Well, shit. I keep saying right there, and you're in the delay. No, okay, hold on.
I had it. We got it.
On it.
But yeah, I honestly, I think if we keep talking about the Fauci thing, I'm just gonna end up repeating myself because we're talking in like generalist ideas here, or we're talking in generalizations. To be fair, the mass bad narrative would have occurred regardless, but I agree that Fauci and the admin should have been upfront and honest. Being
that's
upfront,
probably true.
I mean, this is going to be my hottest take of all time, but being upfront and honest about literally everything that they can be should be the default behavior of governments. Like, trust your citizenry. You know? Keep them informed, keep them educated, and trust them. You know? Give them all the information, and generally people will make the correct decision.
Yeah. Dude, that guy's fucking spin move, what the hell?
The spin move's unblockable as well. They fuck your shit up if you...
That one caught me off guard. I forgot about that move.
Well, to a point, I mean, mass panic can occur in some situations. It can, yeah.
I don't really know if we have, like... People are always talking about mass panic, and what's the other one that gets thrown around in the paranormal community all the time? Fucking... Like, mass hysteria, mass panic, all that stuff. It's like, yeah...
Cats and dogs sleeping together.
It happens from time to time, but it's not there. It doesn't happen very often, and when it does, it's not as severe as people make it sound.
Yeah, like realistically,
like
tell
there's
me...
not very many examples of like people tilting at windmills turning into like international fucking ruin. Like it doesn't really happen like that very often. I think that's kind of a myth.
Like for real, like Eric, tell me. I don't mean to sound like a debate bro, but like unironically, tell me the last time that a government was 100% honest about a situation, and also the population just fucking panicked like in a movie. Like, I really think that is just like a movie creation. I don't think people like freak out to that degree. Like, if you're honest with them and you give them all the information you can. Like, you gotta be responsible in the way you do it. Don't just immediately open up with the bad news. You know, you gotta be gentle when giving the bad news.
Fuck, there was an epidemiologist that had a really good quote about this, and now I can't remember what it was.
Well, I really wish I could help you out on that one.
It was, fuck. I don't remember what his direct quote was, but basically the point of his quote was, if you have, like, all of the information you need, you can sort of, like, approach the problem and kind of, like, oh my god, I forgot how the sliding controls work. You can kind of approach the problem and, like, intellectualize it in a way that makes it so that you can, like, tackle the issue without freaking out.
I can't remember the last time my government was 100% honest about a major crisis. Yes, to be fair, I am giving you a hard challenge because it's hard to remember the last time my government was actually fully honest. But, like, I don't know. I feel like it's still a strong point that, like, people probably won't panic all that hard if you give them all the information in the correct way.
In aggregate, the population is pretty, like, responsible. So, like, for example,
I found something.
in the United States, everybody freaks out about, like, the weird QAnon freaks.
I don't think the Empire knows these.
The weird QAnon freaks are, like, an extremely small percentage of the actual population. Like, very, very, very small minority.
I have Kushala Daora down to, like, weak enough that if he was a monster, I could capture him. So I definitely think that the fight's
we're on the right track.
I definitely think I just overamped myself for this fight because he's not hard. Especially with my sword and shield build, Kushala is insanely easy.
Dude,
I kind of feel bad.
Don't even get me started on the fall of conspiracy culture over the last 4 or 5
Are you gonna
years.
tackle that in your Newkirk video when you get around to it?
I don't think so, because that video is gonna be more about sort of like modern spirituality and like sort of like the new wave of kind of self-aware religion, and not really about conspiracies themselves.
We're on the right track.
Right. You guys are in for a treat when he does that video, by the way.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a good one.
I think that video is going to be about, is actually going to be close to, if not superior to, the Cyberpunk vid. That one's going to be real special.
Yeah, I'm gonna try my best to get, like, a 3 to 5 minute interview with Greg, because I think I can legitimately pull that off.
Oh, I definitely think you can, too. That would be wild, actually. That'd
because
be super
I
cool.
would love to just get him to kind of go over the very brief bullet points of his egregore theory, because that's what his entire like ideology is based on, and it would only take him a couple of minutes to explain
storm
it.
up ahead. Something about it crippled the.
I was originally going to use clips from his talk at the last Phenomenicon, but the Phenomenicons are they don't upload the VODs anywhere because they're trying to make it like
limited.
Yeah, they're trying to make it like an actual con experience where you like have to be there to experience something ephemeral, which I like because we don't like. We were just talking about this the other day with like binge watching versus actually having to fucking wait for your treats.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's good to like have a little bit of, you know, mystery in the world.
A little bit of delayed gratification is a good thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and also, I mean, I definitely agree that like Greg's whole vibe does kind of maybe not rely on the sense of exclusivity, but like it can run pretty well on it.
Yeah. What is this? Evasive kick?
My grandparents are fucking insane. Well, I mean, insane conspiracy theorists can be fun to be around sometimes.
Yeah, there's like...
As long as you don't let them get to you, basically.
Like, there's a lot of fucking conspiracies that I just believe. But most of the ones that I believe now are like almost just factually correct these days. Like, everybody fucking knows that Lee Harvey Oswald was not a lone gunman. Like, this is not controversial. Anybody who's done any amount of research on it will tell you that that theory was insane. The Warren Commission, like, was a total fucking hatchet job. Like, that's not controversial at all.
What was that really good quote that someone said where, was it Sam Cedar? Who was like, if you actually believe the official story at this point, you're the weirdo?
No, it wasn't Sam Cedar, it was his co-host, Emma Vinland. Vingland?
Right.
I forget how to pronounce her name, something along those lines.
But
so,
like that is
one,
incredibly funny to me.
So like JFK obviously has some holes. Like we just talked about the Martin Luther King one. Marilyn Monroe was probably assassinated by the mafia. I think that one's reasonable to believe. Just a lot of sort of like the assassinations that happened in the 60s have pretty like clear signs of like obvious conspiracy. MK Ultra is a matter of fact. And then all of the operations that happened under MK Ultra. The Warrens were mostly con artists and looked at everything through too much of a Catholic lens. And they were very easily duped also. The Warrens fell for a lot of hoaxes. For example, they fell for the Amityville horror hoax, which is one of the most just cut and dry hoaxes in paranormal history.
Help! Stim!
Oops. I didn't mean to slow that guy, but I'll take the L. I mean the W. Whichever letter. The funny meme letter.
Whichever one the kids say.
Yeah. Shit. The kick always gets me, dude. It gets me every time. It's very quick and not really telegraphed. You kind of got to come at him at an angle.
I mean, no one wants to stand behind an ungulate, you know what I mean?
Yeah, not a good move. Also, the Mirage Men narrative of the government infiltrating UFO communities to intentionally spread misinformation, that is, at this point, just a matter of fact. There's a bunch. There's a gang of them. Secret space program. Let's go, dude. Start talking about fucking my labs. Let's do it. My consciousness went through 7 lifetimes. I did a deployment on Mars. I did a deployment on a small moon in the Pleiades
I love the
system.
use of the word deployment here. Like,
yeah, my lab stands for military abductee.
Ah.
So they're The narrative is that the MyLabs are conscripts of the secret space program, is the idea.
Ah, okay.
Shit, I thought I dodged that.
Help! Stim!
Oh, game. Come on now.
I wish I could just kind of get around these goats because they're not very fun to fight, but their aggro sphere is insane.
They're, in my opinion, they become some of the easiest enemies after after a little while. They have a very easy pattern to adapt to once you know what they're about. Okay,
G-Swab, are you talking about the the Operation Stargate guy, or are you talking about Yuri Geller, or are you talking about one of the other guys?
Kushala Daora is now dead.
But yeah, a lot of those remote viewer guys are... I buy a little bit of remote viewing. I think that it's not... I think that it isn't scientifically unreasonable that there is some sort of like global consciousness or like fundamental field of consciousness that you can sort of tap into to get like very mild effects from it. I don't think that's like out of line or impossible, but I definitely don't think it's so pronounced that you can literally be like a psychic spy. Weird that fighting one in a small arena made it easier somehow.
It's yeah, that is strange. Oh, we got a Daora gem.
Probably the Mycelium network. Let's go. We got the fucking mushroom mind guy in the chat. I'm always on board for the mushroom mind.
0 feints, by the way. Killed Kushala Daora, 0 feints, and I hardly ever felt pressured.
That guy.
Nice. It is insane how much having a confident shield with like a good guard build.
Yeah.
Just absolutely gives me a level of confidence that like I don't think I would have had if I was using a glaive.
I think that's why I liked Kushala Daora, because it's just sort of like a tight fight that like it's a very classic Monster Hunter fight where like all of your skills translate.
Absolutely. And yeah, Moth Priest, if I had brought an insect glaive to this fight, I would have been absolutely destroyed.
Let's see if we can casually walk by this guy.
If I had brought an insect glaive, I never ever would have even considered getting this fight done. But sword and shield, being a sword and shield main, definitely lets me fuck that shit up.
Flat Earth is absolutely insane. Ancient Giant theory oscillates on how insane it is depending on which version of the theory you're talking about. Because there are some ancient giants where they're like, well, there seems to be some anthropological evidence of a tribe of natives that were on average very tall. But then there's also ancient giants, guys, that are like, the Anunnaki descended from the heavens and crossbreeded with humans to create the Nephilim, which were a race of giants. And you're like, yo, what's up? What the fuck did you just say?
Yeah, God, that's great. I love hearing shit like that, if I'm being real with you. That shit is hilarious. That's just the bomb. When do I get to fight Silver Rathian?
Silver Rathian's usually high rank.
Yeah, but I'm in high rank. Like, I'm fighting elders.
I can recommend the Folding Ideas video about the matter.
Oh, that's
Flat
the
Earth?
In Search of a Flat Earth video.
Yeah, I've seen that one. That's one of Tim's favorites.
Yeah, I've made Jacob sit down and watch a lot of the In Search of a Flat Earth stuff. Or not In Search, but like a lot of Dan Olsen stuff.
Hell yeah, dude. Moth Priest, your grandparents are like ancient aliens freaks. That rules. That's like one of my favorite types of fucking conspiracy guys.
Silver and gold aren't in Rise. That's lame.
Yet.
Yeah, I was about to say Sunbreak's coming out soon. Dude, what the fuck? If you wear all Rathalos plate, it literally gives you max level attack boost skill. 7 levels of that shit.
That's a lot. Holy shit. I mean, the Rathalos set has always been like an offensive raw damage set, but that's a shitload.
Well, it gives you, it gives you max level attack boost, max level part breaker, and 2 levels of windproof. Those are the only, it doesn't give you a lot of skills, but it like really boosts up the ones it gives you. That's crazy.
So I can't... I don't think I can force push this thing yet, right?
That kind of makes a little bit of sense. It's fucking Rathalos. It's like one of the most iconic armor sets in the entire franchise.
Yeah.
Like, if we ever got a Monster Hunter character in Smash, they'd probably be wearing a Rathalos set.
Yeah, I'm surprised they never did the Hunter. I always thought that was weird. Wait, they did, didn't they?
No.
They didn't?
They did the hero from,
That's
like,
right.
shit like Dragon Quest, and then we got Sora, which I'm very happy about.
The
no, we never got...
Hunter- Yeah, that's wild that they didn't do Monster Hunter.
Yeah,
Maybe Capcom
yeah,
just wasn't willing to wheel and deal.
Which is really weird. The Hunter would have been a really cool one.
Find something?
Kind of switch between different weapons, like switching between Pokemon or something.
I forget how these guys work. I just run
Oh, we got Monster Hunter Mii costumes.
Ah, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
I knew there was like something in there.
Listen, guys, don't underestimate the power that, like, a YouTube video at 4 in the morning can do to you.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, we like to talk shit on conspiracy people, but don't underestimate that power.
Trailblazing 5. The crop circle shit actually gets a little bit more complicated than it just being an old dude with a board the deeper down the rabbit hole you go. So in the crop circle space, the really complex ones that look insane, those are always man-made by artists, but some of the simpler ones that are literally just a circle do have some kind of odd stuff about them that nobody has ever been able to coherently explain. That's one of the ones that gets... If you want, like, a deep dive on it to know what I'm talking about, Astonishing Legends, which is one of my favorite sort of paranormal podcasts, they did a several-part episode on crop circles. It's very interesting.
Dude, the Kushala armor is crazy.
Eric is God. Are you talking about the Nazca lines in South America? I think the ones that are made out... fuck, I think they're like rocks lined up in a desert, right?
I think you're correct, yeah.
Yeah, those are pretty nuts.
Dude, the Kushala armor is so good. I'm unironically tempted to just, like, farm this dragon and, like...
Okay, I can just run straight in there, I believe.
Be a pain in the butt, though, because killing him took me, like, 35 minutes. So that's, like, 35 minutes per farm. I might wait until a couple of my friends are, like, on my, like, rank, and then, like...
Yeah, you're gonna want to speed that one up for sure.
Yeah.
Dude, I know, listen, I'm a font of knowledge when it comes to conspiracies and the paranormal and aliens, let me tell you.
Yeah.
If you mention it, I'll probably know what you're talking about. If Antros is still in here, he's way ahead of me when it comes to, like, ritual magic and Western esotericism. But when it comes to, like, conspiracies, aliens, or, like, ghost shit, or cryptids, I probably know what you're talking about.
Just play with randoms, dude. I guess I could just play with randoms, but I don't know.
It's
just not the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just not the same.
Well, you want to be with the boys, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Being with the boys is, like, part of the fun. Like, Monster Hunter is a boys game. Or not literally a boys game. You know what I mean.
The guy named the Moth Priest loves cryptids. Weird. I wouldn't have guessed that. Yeah, I mean, the Mothman is the most compelling, one of the most compelling ones because John Keel is a lunatic, and the Mothman has cool character design, and all the shit going on in Point Pleasant for that year was nuts.
I feel really bad because Amanda and Jacob are both really into that book, and I tried to, like, get into it, but I just... The Mothman prophecies unironically just bored the shit out of me.
Dude, I have no idea how that, like, first opening paragraph didn't hook you.
Yeah, you'd have thought, but like...
G-Swap, were you not in here a minute ago when I gave you my take on the Warrens? I said that, they were kind of con men. They looked at everything through too much of a Catholic lens, and they were very easily duped by hoaxes. But the mythologized version of the Warrens for the movies, I kind of like it. That last Warren's movie, pretty sick. When he's fighting the witch in the catacombs, dope. What the fuck?
BD1, stim.
Fighting these rats reminds me of fighting the fucking gargoyles in Elden Ring. Do you think Annabelle is a demon? Probably not. I am a big proponent of the sort of Newkirk school of the paranormal, where everything, like all of this shit, are like egregoric. And if a culture broadly believes that demons are everywhere, then they're going to see demons. But I don't think that demons are like sort of a real coherent class of thing. I think they're a manifestation of the culture around them. Where this ball going? With third world overt pharma research, are you talking about? Are you talking about stuff like the sort of like gain of function research, like high-sec biolabs, or are you talking about stuff like the CIA created AIDS? I'm not sure like what type of thing you're talking about. Okay, I obviously need to like blow this ball probably into this hole, or is this where it started?
People in this chat who are familiar with Monster Hunter, I have a question for you. If you were, say you die and you reincarnate as a hunter, and you get to choose which village you're like a native hunter for, and like which village you like hunt at, out of all the villages you played in the games, like which one are you doing?
Also, I saw, do you think Annabelle deserves therapy? Please tell me there's some fucking lunatic that is trying to give the demon possessing Annabelle therapy, because that would rule so hard.
That would shred, actually. That would be incredible. The one from Rise, Kimura, same, actually. I love Kimura. Kimura's incredible. But, like... Okay, a couple of people saying Kimura.
I don't have I don't have a storied enough history with Monster Hunter to have like a large enough catalog. Like I would basically be choosing from the Generations Ultimate Village, which not impressed. The Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate Village, pretty okay, but I'm not into like the whole like floating on a raft thing. And then the World Village, which is sort of like an outpost and not really a village, and I haven't played Rise yet. But the Rise Village sounds dope.
The Rise Village is dope. I mean, I feel like World's not actually a bad choice. Because,
I would highly recommend you look into Greg and Dana Newkirk and look up some of Greg's opinions on haunted objects. Because they run the Traveling Museum of the Paranormal, which is a gigantic fucking collection of haunted objects, and their takes are, I think, the most realistic and the most accurate on the matter. If you're into this kind of stuff, paying whatever the lowest amount is on their Patreon to get access to their like vast archive is totally worth it. Because they have an enormous content backlog. I love elevators, dude. We Dark Souls 2 now.
The MHG Generations Ultimate Burna. Yeah, generally the question is like which Monster Hunter village makes you feel the most comfy.
Yeah. Because there's several villages in Generations Ultimate. Now that I'm remembering more about
Well,
it.
I mean, if you want to use World, there's also 2 because the Iceborne Village is
yeah,
like,
but
separate.
you can suck my dick if you think I'm going to be living in a place where it's winter all the time.
Really? You're not
Yeah, no, that was off the table. That would stop being cute very quickly.
I mean, the first world one is a tropical. It's like the first world village is like a tropical, like Swiss Family Robinson sort of situation.
Help me!
I actually don't know about Frontier. What's Frontiers like?
I mean, it's easier to stay warm than it is to stay cool, but I would rather it be like... I mean, can we just have like a temperate climate? Like, why are we...
I mean, Kimura's is temperate.
Why are we choosing between too hot and too cold? That seems like an insane way to do things.
I mean, Kimura's got this like ninja village in the mountain shit going on, so it looks temperate to me at least.
Yeah. China and Japan are typically associated with a relatively temperate climate unless you're either very far north or very far south in whichever one of those you happen to be in.
There are a few in Frontier.
Okay, I think I need to smash this wall. So I believe I gotta turn this off. Yeah.
From a pure
like
comfy
a little
level,
bit cold, not bad.
From a pure comfy level, the like Final Fantasy hub worlds in Kingdom Hearts are also like insanely good. Like places like Twilight Town and Traverse Town.
And then,
but the Kimura Village is definitely the best. Wait, different game. That's Monster Hunter 3. Oh, Loch Lac is Monster Hunter 3. That one's actually another like really good tropical one, isn't it? Isn't that like you're on like an island or something? Loch Lac.
Monster Hunter typically tends to be a very tropical setting a lot of the time, just in general. Is there another thing I can break? What happens if I push the ball into this room?
More like a weird desert island. I want to go to the Twilight Town. I never want to go to Twilight Town ever again. I played the Kingdom Hearts 2 intro more than once. I actually thought I think the Kingdom Hearts 2 intro is a lot shorter than people remember. I've replayed the Kingdom Hearts trilogy pretty recently.
I'm just gonna start turning these off and see what happens. So I broke this open, and that blows us this way.
I'll definitely give you, though, that if you don't like Twilight Town, Traverse Town is just kind of better anyway.
Where?
Seems like these spheres are related to the sockets on the ground. What do you think, BD?
Oh, does it literally want me to blow it into the socket? I thought it was already in the socket. That's fine. Everything's fine. So we gotta turn this one on.
Metsaport Square. That doesn't sound familiar to me.
This guy needs to be... Wait. Where's this crossword coming from? Or is it just going around? I think it's this guy. God, it's so close. But we've got like a... I guess that's this one?
Oh, it's the city of Monster Hunter Online? I never played Monster Hunter Online, actually.
It always seemed odd.
Are they like all online? Why would they have a game called Monster Hunter Online?
Yeah, Monster Hunter Online was always kind of a strange. Like the execution of it was always weird to me. It's like, well, you already kind of have a multiplayer game. So like, what's going on here?
Yeah, that is strange.
Yeah, I think so. It was like it was regionally locked wherever it was. I don't remember if it was Japanese only or Chinese only. Oh, does this ball just like want to roll back here naturally? Well, this is a fucking nightmare. Okay, I can get this. I'm glad this isn't a FromSoft game, because if it was, this ball would one-shot you every time it hit you. What if I turn this?
Are you familiar with the have you found out what you need to actually do with the puzzle though?
I think I gotta put the ball in the middle for it.
Yeah, you do. Anytime you see a socket like that, you gotta put the ball in there. That's the gimmick. You're going to be doing different versions of that. You can force push the ball and you can force pull the ball, but you need to hit the points in the level where you actually have access to the powers force push and force pull. Jacob hasn't reached those yet.
It should be... I obviously need to get it to blow from here into the middle, clearly. But for whatever reason, I'm having trouble getting it to fucking hook into... Yes, let me do this guy. Let's turn this off. And maybe turn this on? Well, the sideways ones blow all the way around the room. Yeah, there we go. God damn it. Get in there. Do it. Maybe if I slow it when it like is right there, that will achieve something. No. It's almost like I need to shut off both of the side ones when it gets into the middle, which I obviously can't do. Okay, hang on. What if we do this? Got a plan. Turn this one off. And then it's gonna get stuck in the middle. Yeah. Okay.
I hope you enjoyed that puzzle.
Well, If
Because
I
the whole
remember,
temple
I
revolves
remember
around
the
it.
other ones being. Just give me the fucking light attack on the glowy guy. I remember the other puzzles in here being a little bit more intuitive than that one. Oh god, I should probably set up donations. You know, since you guys are here in chat, what are your guys' opinions on like Twitch overlays and shit? Because I've always been of the opinion that like a very minimalist stream with like just a face cam, just the game footage, and like maybe a little fucking speech to text donation thing for the meme is all you really need. I don't think I need to go crazy with like a fucking... I don't need to like commission a fucking overlay and all that shit. Yeah, that's kind of what I always thought too, G-Swap. Because like Jerma is one of the biggest streamers right now, and all he has, like his setup is very minimalist.
Might disappear and binge Frontier Z content for a bit. I cannot wait for Fan Revival to come out.
The Fan
wish
Frontier
I knew.
Revival?
Wish I knew what that meant. Like a border with a face cam and maybe a little image or profile pic that shows up when people donate.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Just like some kind of a little donation GIF that I can do. And that's about it. That's all I need, really.
Yeah, that definitely. I think that's about the case.
This is the wrong way.
Monster Hunter Frontier Z was an online-only game that had its server shut down. There's work going on right now to run private servers. Oh, that's cool.
That sounds cool. Are there RuneScape private servers? There's gotta be. That seems like
There
too
has to
easy
be.
move.
Yeah. There's no way there's not.
Yeah. World of Warcraft private servers were nuts.
I always thought roleplay servers were kind of simultaneously cool and weird.
Yeah, roleplay servers have... The cringe potential is like off the fucking map.
Oh, Frontier Z was the game that had tonfas. Okay. It also had medium bow guns, didn't it?
We were just talking the other day about how there's like an ongoing debate in the Monster Hunter community on what the next weapon should be. And I think the only logical choice is fist weapons. Which I think the tonfas were basically a fist weapon. So like they really need to introduce those back into the mainline games.
Tonfas or like a set like cestus, like fighter gloves or something.
Yeah.
RP servers rarely hit, but when they hit very hard.
RP servers are definitely one of those things where you need to be with a bunch of like-minded people. It's like playing a fucking tabletop game. If you're with like a group of people that are looking for differing experiences, it's not really gonna work out.
If you are with some people who are exactly your kind of cringe, though, you're gonna have a great time.
Yeah, exactly. You need to you need to have cringe synchronicity to be able to make roleplay servers work.
Exactly, dude. And I say that with nothing but love and affection, dog.
Yeah. You're cringe, but you're free.
The Tonfo were literally a fist weapon that had glaive level functionality. They were so based. They sound awesome. I never played Frontier Z myself. I know about the existence of Tonfos, but never got to use them.
I feel like
maybe I should look up some footage.
definitely be able to jump onto this.
You can. It would be very convenient if it was going a little bit slower, wouldn't it?
I suppose.
Sorry, I said that with a lot more of a sassy tone than I meant.
Well, I mean, it's really not going that fast. Like, it seems unnecessary to have to slow it right here.
I don't think you have to. I don't remember if you have to slow it or if it's like inaccessible if it's not going slow.
I should be able to like. Oh fuck! I didn't hold it down long enough. Yeah, like right there, that seemed pretty golden.
Maybe I should. I just killed an Elder Dragon, so I don't think I need to worry about an Apex Arzuros, but I should probably take the Demon Dragon armor skin just in case.
I must have to slow this, because those jumps definitely should have been good enough to get the ledge grab.
Oh, I didn't expect that to do that.
What the fuck, man?
I'm having to hold back my cat from eating a pepper packet. Someone help me. It sounds like you should get rid of the pepper packet, dog.
Welcome to owning a cat.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to jump grab onto the side. God, that is dumb.
Oh, did you try to jump on the wrong part of it?
Yeah, I was trying to jump onto the front.
I heard someone say that this is like if a Souls-like kind of had a baby with like a Zelda game because of the emphasis on puzzles.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
I'm really glad it's performing better now that you're off Dathomir.
Yeah, that was weird, dude. The fucking, even like the memory leak problem seems to have gone away. I think that planet in particular is just extremely poorly optimized. Because I've been like, there hasn't been any performance problems in here.
I think Zepho was where most of the game's attention went, because Zepho is by far the biggest planet in the game. And I'm pretty sure that Dathomir like just didn't get as much attention as it probably could have.
Yeah. All right, we got the ball. The only two weapon types that I could realistically think of that you could put into Monster Hunter that I think could have like unique enough identities to matter would be something that's fist weapon related and like a flail class. I think would be fun.
Like a Kusarigama.
Yeah, or just like, I mean, it doesn't have to specifically be a Kusarigama, but just like a move set for a type of a class of weapons that are flail-esque.
Yeah, no, I gotcha.
Because with a flail in Monster Hunter, the games are so anime that you could kind of make it like a hybrid ranged and melee weapon. Which is
kind of like a bow.
Yeah, which is something I don't, because they've never done like a hybrid ranged melee, right?
I mean, bow has a melee attack, but no one uses it.
Yeah, but it's not like, but there's not like, you can't do like a switch axe thing where you switch from like ranged to melee. You know what I mean?
Not really, no. A lot of people consider the bow to be kind of a combined melee ranged weapon because it is technically a ranged weapon, but you're supposed to be within like melee range while you're using it.
Yeah, you've got to find like that optimal bow range.
Yeah. And the optimal bow range, unless you're using a long range coating on your arrows, is really close.
Similar to shooting a bow in real life, except for it doesn't matter if you're too close, only if you're too far away.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the weird thing about sometimes you can be too close is purely just a balance feature, but
yeah, it definitely is. They want you to have optimal spacing as like a matter of skill. Shit.
I wonder
I don't know
how.
if I can jump this.
I wonder if people wouldn't argue that tonfas are kind of unnecessary because dual blades are a thing.
Well, in my opinion, nothing is unnecessary as long as it has like its own unique identity.
Yeah.
Or like style. Like, you're not going to damage the game by adding more weapons. Like, that just isn't how it works. It's not how the franchise functions.
Yeah, no, you're right. I agree.
Oh, there we go. I just had to angle it correctly.
Hi, baby.
Can you hop off stream for a minute? Or at least mute?
Yeah.
Toss it. Can I get some aid?
Ooh, I'm gonna have to make dinner soon. It's getting to be about that time.
Ugh. Guess a lightsaber can't solve everything.
So that clears out these guys. Can I like jump this? I guess. This seems like the right direction. See you later, Moth Priest.
You've seen that before.
We got the Dwemer tech, dude. Kind of looking for a logical endpoint to end stream because I've been streaming for 5 hours, which is a very long time. Would I ever do VTubing? No. I'd much rather just have a good face cam setup. I've done face cam before. The only reason I don't do it, I'm not trying to like hide my identity or anything. The only reason I don't do it is because I don't have a good enough camera or a good enough like lighting setup to make it not look like shit. Is the only reason I don't do it. Expo, you're asking the wrong guy. I'm not a deep lore Star Wars man.
Okay, I'm back.
Let's get going, BD1.
Okay, I'm gonna end stream here as soon as I get to like a reasonable ending point here in a few minutes, and probably start looking into dinner.
Tim didn't leave. Tim stepped away. What did I miss?
Some guy asked for the deep lore on whatever this ancient civilization is.
Oh, the Zepho. Star Wars has multiple ancient civilizations that all seem to have existed about the same time, like the Rakata and shit like that. The Zepho seem to be another one of those. One of the consistent things about these ancient civilizations, because it was an older and better time, is that they pretty much all have a lot of good force ability. The Zepho are like this as well. It was a civilization of force sensitives. The Rakata from KOTOR are a really good subversion of that idea, that a society would be inherently better because they're force sensitives. Because when you finally meet some Rakata, they're like 90% Darksiders and assholes. The Rakata are not part of the Disney canon, so, to the best of my knowledge, that they have not come back, which means that the Zepho are one of two different things you can interpret. They're either a soft returning of the Rakata just by way of being an ancient force-using civilization, or if you're one of those people like me who likes to combine old canon and Disney canon when they're good and when they, don't directly contradict each other, it was yet another force-using civilization that was existing at about the same time.
Let's go, boys.
What stands in the way comes the way.
That's about the deep lore on the Zepho.
We got the force push. Now we can deflect the missiles.
And now you can do the ball puzzles a lot easier. Like, imagine how easy that other one would have been if you actually had access to push.
It's time to call on an old friend.
Dude, Zinogre, what are you doing?
There is a good chance
I'm not hunting you, go away.
Tarful will know about it.
Yeah, I don't remember any other, like, ancient Force-using civilizations off the top of my head, like, by name, but I'm pretty sure there are more than just the Zepho and the Rakata. It's, like, a weird thing that in that, like, really ancient period in Star Wars' history, you just had a lot of civilizations that still had spacefaring and empire, like, building technology, but, like, they all used the Force.
So we got... Was that wacky music for no reason, or is that a boss?
Hold on, who was it?
I don't know. It was off screen. I think it might have just been like a turret or something.
I did it.
Sorry, I'm hunting an Apex Arzuros. I wasn't looking at your screen.
Oh no, it's just one of the Guardians.
Oh, it was one of the Guardians? Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, right, the Force push works when they're doing their red attack.
Yeah, anytime the Guardians are doing their thing, you can hit them with the Force push, and it, like, exposes the soft, meaty core.
Shit, I thought that was my 3-shot burst.
Hurry!
Will they be a part of the Disney canon when the remake launches? I'm not 100% sure that's how that's going to work. There's part of me that thinks that instead of recanonizing, they're just gonna straight up say, like, hey, it's not canon, but give us your money. You know what I mean?
So...
Which, like, I would, but still.
Alright. I'm gonna end the stream here because I gotta cook dinner and I gotta call my sister because she's fucking freaking out. So I will see you guys soon. I don't think I'm going to stream tomorrow because I need to get a decent chunk of writing done. I am going to upload a podcast probably like right now. No, I'll do it after dinner. There will be a podcast tonight, so pay attention to the Twitter and the Discord.
Yeah.
I will see you later.
Good night, everybody. Thanks for stopping by.